Hey girl, it's me. I'm your best friend. I'm super cute, but for now I'm just your friend. You like that job, so I'll just wait. And I'll even get him to take you out on a date. We'll make a bet for his Corvette that he can't make you prom queen cause you're brunette. I'm in the friend zone and I'm so alone, so I'll just keep on fighting for you while I wear my headphones. I feel sad. And even when you become prom queen, I'll keep on hoping I can be the boy of your dreams.
Why are you kissing her?
I was just going to prom with you as a bet.
A bet? Oh.
Tina!
You were here all along, and now I finally see you.
Not in the friend zone, and I'm not alone. Now let's kiss over this cake, cause it's your birthday, I guess.
Yeah, let's say it's my birthday.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. We're booting up to some Bob's Burgers. Oh, some Bob's Burgers music. No other way to do it. How's everybody doing? Feeling good? I'm a little shaggy. I'm sorry. Yes, this is Friend Zone from Bob's Burgers. It's when Tina fantasizes about having a boyfriend. And it's quite funny.
That he can't make you prom queen cause you're brunette.
That's good stuff. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling lively? Feeling good? Feeling good on a Wednesday. Sparkling thoughts. Give me the hope to go on. We have a handful of things to tackle today. My goodness. We have all this crap with Suicide Squad to talk about. We have all the stuff about Hogwarts Legacy. They dropped a cinematic trailer this morning, so that's going to be pretty fire. And we also got a final preview look at Atomic Heart. So there's a lot to cover. What is this? Get under there. What are you doing? I took a shower last night after going on a run, and then I conditioned the hair, and I'm like, oh, it'll be fine. It'll settle. Nope. No, it does this weird strandy thing. I don't know. We also had a huge snowstorm last night, so everything's a little wacky here. We only got like 5 inches of snow, but I know in Australia, Rocky, that's probably like 15 feet, but here that's not that much. And so I was gonna go out and try to grab like coffee before we started, but no, we can't. We cannot. As for other stuff, we will be ending the stream slightly early today, probably about an hour early. So we'll go for about 3 hours. And that's because I have to go to the bank because I'm consolidating a bunch of like student loans. Super fun. So it is very good. Don't get me wrong. It's like an actual dream come true to be able to get out from underneath a 15% interest rate, but still, nobody really likes going to the bank for loan stuff. White Finn, do I live in the Denver area? No, I live up closer to Fort Collins. So that is my stomping ground. I worked in Denver for a bit. However, I have never lived there. The furthest south I've ever lived was like probably Loveland. And I lived there. That was where my last studio was. It's where we were last. And it was, I like Loveland. It's just Fort Collins is getting ridiculously expensive. Loveland's starting to get stupid expensive because everybody who can't afford Fort Collins goes to Loveland. And so it just ends up being ridiculously expensive. And the whole thing is rough. I was very excited for student debt relief, alas. Yeah, that would have been nice. It would have been real nice. We'll see if they can come along and like do some sort of last minute something or other, but I mean it's going to be challenged to high holy hell in the courts, and with our Supreme Court I don't think there's any way it gets through. So it's not officially dead. I think it goes to the Supreme Court in June, and so then they will decide. But let's be real, with the current Supreme Court, they're not going to be like a socialist program for student loan debt forgiveness. No. It's just, even if it's for the good of the country and the populace, they're like, no. And I get the argument. Don't get me wrong. I understand it. But I don't have to like it, right? I don't have to like it, and I don't like it. I would much rather that they just help people out. Because it gets, I mean, this stuff is insane. Have I seen the Suicide Squad Battle Pass leak? Yes, I did film a TikTok, actually 2 TikToks. One got manually copyright struck. Warner Brothers went back through and was striking any TikTok or video that showed off the picture of the menu. And the second video I put up, they didn't apparently strike it, at least not yet. But we shall see. That's why I actually filmed an entire video that we were going to put up this morning, and I was really excited about it. But we filmed the entire video, and I decided to just walk away. I was like, you know what, Jacob, don't stress it. We just won't do it because I don't want to have a copyright strike on the main channel. I'm good. So, sorry, everybody. We were going to have that video up, but it's just, I don't think it's worth the risk. It's not worth the risk. I don't want to deal with that. Let's see. Have you seen the fan-made Oblivion remake is coming in 2025? Yeah, I hope it actually does. That stuff always gets delayed, though. Like Fallout, what do they call it? Fallout London or Fallout 4 London or whatever they call it. That thing's been in the process for a long time. Let's see. Jammer Dude, I live in Loveland. Awesome. That's awesome. And somebody nearby. That's cool. And the house I live in went from just under $400,000 in 2014 to almost $800,000 today. Yeah. No, it's a little ridiculous. Like, I'm very glad for you that you got the equity and now you've basically doubled your money. That's awesome. Assuming you own the house. I mean, maybe you're renting, but hopefully that's what it is. But it's just like, I seriously do not understand where the money is coming from for them to justify these prices. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's bizarre. But I mean, it really must be that there's just these huge funds that have bought up dozens of these houses and they just are sitting on them to drive prices up. It's ridiculous. But it's eventually going to start to crash because I don't know a single person who's buying a house right now. I like a year and a half ago, I think I knew like 3 or 4 people buying houses. They're going in with those FHA loans, getting it for like $30,000 down. A lot of them took out loans to pay for their down payment. So they're not even leveraged like 95-5. Their loan to value is not 95%. Their loan to value is like 100% because they took out a loan for the down payment and then they're paying the small down payment for the house that they probably can't even afford to begin with. And it's just all insanity. So I think this coming year, we're going to see some real price plummets. Well, yeah, tight. As long as you're not buying in like Boulder or Fort Collins, Colorado, you're probably fine. I think it's like Colorado in general is super inflated, except for a few markets. But like Florida hasn't really seen crazy inflation. They've seen price rises, but nothing crazy. Texas, as long as you're not in Austin, Texas, you're going to be fine. California, I've heard California is bad in the big cities, but I think California's always been bad in the big cities. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But the guys that I know that are like lenders, I used to do a few deals with them back when I worked in commercial real estate, and they were the guys that would make the loans for you to buy an apartment building. And they also do some residential stuff. And they said that they are bracing for a 20 to 25% drop in the average house price in Colorado. So just, I mean, think about that. To go back to like the $800,000 house, like that's a $200,000 drop. I mean, you're still up from the 400,000 it was in 2014, but they're saying that houses trading like right now for 800 in Colorado, they're bracing for them to drop to 600. That's how inflated the bankers think it is. They're not going to say that publicly. And if you apply for a mortgage, they're not going to tell you that. They're just glad you're getting a mortgage. But privately, they're all saying, oh no, this is going to explode. So I don't know, I have a friend, when people ask me, this isn't controversial, so I told him this to his face and over a Discord call. But like, I've had people ask me for like financial advice because they know that I studied it in school, and I will tell them what I honestly think, whether they want to hear it or not, and they can take it or leave it. And I had a friend who wanted to like buy a new car recently, and I told him, I was like, I think that is probably the worst thing you could do right now. I was like, if you buy it cash, okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, who cares? If you have access to like a private loan at like 3%, okay, whatever. Yeah, no, that's great. But if you're buying a car right now in the midst of a price crash and you're buying it at like a 6, 7, 8% interest rate, that's dumb. There's no question. Like, that's just dumb. It just is. And I told him that. He still bought the car. And I'm okay. I said my piece. I'll leave it there. He knows what I said. He knows my recommendation. I think that it was a foolish thing to do, but you know, he's got to do it. Maybe he bought it for cash. I don't know. By the way, shout out to Red Bull for sending me an unlimited supply of Red Bull. This one is strawberry apricot. Very, very good. Very, very good. I was going to get a car, wait for the bubble to pop. Yeah. No, I mean, have you guys seen the craziness going on with Tesla right now? Tesla cut their average price of their cars new by like 10 to 15% across the board. And so did CarMax and Carvana. That's crazy. Maybe he was laundering. I don't think so. I don't think so. I know he's got a bunch of cash on hand. So if he wanted to buy the very nice car cash, he could have. I still don't think he needed a new car. I think he just wanted a new gadget. But you know what? Whatever. Like I said, I'll say my piece, and anything I say here on stream, I'm fine with saying to somebody's face. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll listen to this later. And I'm like, yeah, you know you are. You asked me, I told you what I thought, and you still did it, so whatever. I'm not gonna hold it. I mean, I might tease you about it, but you know, I said what I think, and I'll leave it there. Apparently people are beginning to boycott Atomic Heart. You see, the whole boycott thing, my stance, I talked to a few other YouTubers about this, and I don't want to give their names or say anything specific because I don't want to try to represent them or suggest that I'm representing them, but what I've heard and what I can understand, a lot of people have just decided to not talk about the boycott stuff. They're just not going to address it. For one, because it's a political issue. Whether you love it or hate it, it's kind of a political issue. And that just means that there's a stark divide between two groups of people. Pretty much no matter what you say, you're going to piss off somebody. And we are making videos on video games. Like we're making content on video games. You're not coming to us to hear our political opinions, right? Who gives a crap what I think about political stuff? So we're just not going to address it. And if you feel the need ethically to boycott, more power to you. But if you don't feel the need to boycott, and if you're not going to do that, I'm not going to call you a horrible person or anything. Mr. Maddie Plays did a video on the Hogwarts Legacy boycott. Oh, brave man. I don't know. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. We could have discussed it in the collab I did with Retro, but I just didn't think that it was worth discussing. I was like, no matter what, like 95% of people are saying, no, I don't care. I'm going to still play it. And then the other 5% are saying that you are like literally the devil. if you like, you're a devil and a Nazi sympathizer if you buy this game. And I obviously don't buy that. I don't think that that's borne out by the arguments. It seems like manufactured outrage, but that's just me. Yeah, we're going to talk about, oh no, of course, trans rights matter. Oh, absolutely. No, yeah. I guess, yeah, I would say hopefully that goes without saying, but I guess, yeah, you're right. It doesn't go without saying, unfortunately. But yes, of course. And I think there's a balancing act between being supportive of things that you support and also calling out people who suck. Like, obviously, everybody hates J.K. Rowling. Everybody hates J.K. Rowling. But the question is whether or not you are ethically obligated or morally obligated to boycott this other thing that she's tangentially related to because she sucks. And that's something where I just have not seen a convincing or compelling argument. But anyway. Oh, that's cute. My mom just sent me a picture from like 10 years ago. That's cute. It is Jacob's birthday today, by the way. Jacob, our editor. It is his birthday. He's turning 13. No, how old is he? He's probably 22, I think. Because I think he's a 2001 baby. So he's getting big. He's a big boy. Are you going to be doing videos on the PSVR 2? I'll be real. I don't really want to buy a PSVR 2. I don't see the games for it that would justify it. I haven't seen anything super interesting on it. I'm not that interested in the Horizon thing. I just don't see where the value is. And I have the Oculus upstairs. I don't feel the need to buy it. And so I could, if I wanted to just spend the money to spend the money, I could be like, oh, I bought it for business. And then spend the $500 whatever on it and then make a video that does poorly and then write it off. But I'd rather just not do that. So this snowstorm is going crazy here in Loveland. Schools here were canceled yesterday, and Amy's grandparents lost their power, and it's still coming down hard. Yeah, out here, I'm on the other side of I-25. I'm on the east side. So over here, it's not terrible. Like I said, we're at about 5 inches. Super powdery. It's not icy at all. So it's just like driving in, pure powder. It's like powdered sugar. And so it's not some weather that you'd want to casually drive through, but it's not unusable or horrible. But I've heard over on the west side, right by the Front Range, it's really rough. But yeah, here, you might be able to occasionally hear it, the wind gusting outside. It'll be my first VR headset. Well, and hopefully it's awesome. I just hope they bring out more stuff. You should check out this bizarre tweet. Okay, I can do that. Some of his fans got really upset at my video on it. Okay, so we're going to watch this trailer in just a second, but Rocky's saying this tweet is weird. Or Imperium is saying that this is weird. I'm used to people who throw links in the chat. I'm just like, oh, well, it's probably Rocky. But it's Imperium. Your letter at Hogwarts has arrived. Yeah, we're going to watch this in a minute. It's the cinematic trailer they dropped this morning. Then Podcast Now said, honestly, what I love more than anything is that it's still pretty real. Very in-game for a cinematic trailer as opposed to being fake. Is he just saying like it looks kind of bad? Which he likes? My assumption is that it's in-engine. Usually Unreal games, they just render it in-engine. So this is pretty normal. And I kind of get what he's saying, but I think, maybe it's phrased a little awkwardly. But I think I understand what he's saying. So I think I get it. Sorry, my phone's popping off. This game is going to be something else. People are already bracing for it, but it's going to be pretty insane. I've just given up on the chat box. The chat box doesn't work. I've just accepted that it sucks. Let me set this camera to manually real quick, because it keeps getting slightly out of focus, and I don't want to deal with that. And manual. Focus it to about here. That works. Mikhail, thank you. Happy birthday, Jay. We share the same birthday. Oh, that's awesome. I will send him that $2. I'll shoot it over. If anybody wants to send Jacob a birthday gift, send it and I'll forward it to him. He told me, I was like, what? I asked him last night. I was like, what are you going to do for your birthday? And he's like, I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go on a 7 a.m. walk. Then I'm going to relax and just vibe all day. I was like, sounds good. Sounds good. Let's see. Did you play Outer Wilds? If yes, I recently played it and was experienced with the music was tremendous. Yeah, I really like Outer Wilds. It's another one of those like snowy day games that's just good to vibe out to and chill. So I agree. I love it. Sophie, good to see you. Luke, can I ask you to read something I wrote a while ago? If I send you the link, not to read on stream, just in your own time, where's the best way to send it? Yes, you can do that. You could, probably the best way is just send it as like a DM on Discord, because then it'll just stay there, even if it's a link to something else. That or like, I would say Twitter DMs, but Twitter DMs are... I've lost all control. Twitter and Instagram DMs. I didn't check Instagram DMs for like 6 months, and now it's insane. I don't use Instagram. I hired a company to post shorts and reels for me, so they post there, but I can't stand Instagram. Especially like I read... Oh, the audio's cutting out bad? Is that for everybody? I restarted stream and audio fixed. Oh, weird. Oh, okay. Well, restart work. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, I'm kind of bracing for it because we might hit the point where the snowstorm might knock out internet for a while. So I will try to keep an eye on it, but that's possible. So we'll stay braced. If the stream just randomly drops, it's probably that the storm knocked something out. Anyway. But yeah, Discord would be great. Hey, look, I'm at a gaming drought. Don't know what to buy or try for PC. Do you have something that isn't extra popular to recommend? If you haven't played The Forgotten City, that's one that went under a lot of people's radar and is one of my favorite games from 2021. The Forgotten City. It is freakishly good. So I would go check that out if you have not already. Other than that, I would say, it's the Skyrim mod that became the game. Yeah. It's really good, and it's made by 3 people. Like 3 people made it, and it's so good. So any support I can send over to those guys, I try to help them out. You chose that to be my next game, and it was awesome. Ethan once came into stream and was like, okay, you pick my next game. What should I play? And I said, okay, The Forgotten City. Played The Forgotten City, and it was great. Sinking City, I have started it. I haven't touched it in a minute, but I got maybe like 4 or 5 hours in, I think. And I thought it was fine. Like, it's real clunky. I tried playing it on Switch, and that was extra clunky. But on like PC, it's fine. And I thought it was good. It's a typical, what is the studio? Is it Frogware? Is that who does it? And it's, it's fine. It's fine. It has a lot of potential, and I think it's a game that would be way, way better served with a bigger budget, but it's just a niche title. It's like a detective one. But there are entire sections where you'll just run and you're like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing right now. And so you just kind of meander around and stumble into something. So, with those detective games, it's a difficult line to walk where somebody thinks, oh, this is probably what happened and I should do this. And then it works out. It's really tough to manage that. And I think sometimes they manage it, sometimes they don't. But anyway, best Uncharted game. I don't know. I'm partial to 4, but I also like 2. But my biggest problem, you can watch my 8-hour critique of the series. I think Uncharted 1 is really short and really, really weird. It lays a foundation in a good way, but it's quirky and ridiculous. 2, I think, is good, but they chicken out constantly when it comes to killing off characters. Like, they should be killing off characters multiple times through, and they never commit to the bit. They'll even have characters get shot and then nothing happens, you know? Or like in Uncharted 3, Cutter, they have an opportunity to kill him off as a character so that there's consequences. The bad guy looks extra bad. They have this opportunity, and then they just have him leap from a ledge as the fire's burning, and he just breaks his leg, and then he's fine. And they hop him on a bus, and he's never seen again in the franchise. But they just were horrified of killing off characters. Even though they would signal it so hard over and over and over again. They would chicken out at the last second. Sully gets shot in the chest. Oh no, this thing stopped the bullet. You know, it's just infuriating because it makes it so you don't really take it that seriously, which maybe is what they're going for, but I think it really undermined the story. And I know some people are going to be like, well, Cutter, he was going to be in the later portions of the game, but they had to write him out early because he had a scheduling conflict and couldn't keep filming the game. And I'm like, okay, but he's not in the rest of the game or the next game or anything. Why not just kill off the character and give the villain like more context? Like, make him look bad, make him look terrible. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating, but yeah, I mean, then you go to The Last of Us Part 2, which I'm replaying right now on Survivor Plus, because it's New Game Plus, but Survivor difficulty. And first of all, dear God, that difficulty is ridiculous. I got stuck on one level when you're like trying to push up to find oh crap, what's his name? The guy that knocked up Dina. Jesse? What's his name? Oh, somebody help me. What's his name? Oh, golly. Morbius? Yeah, it's Morbin time. It is Jesse? Okay. For some reason, Jesse didn't sound right. But yeah, you're pushing up to find Jesse with the like smoke burning in the distance in the neighborhood of Seattle. And there's a level where there's like 5 or 6 of the you know, not Seraphite. Anyway, there's like 5 or 6 different people and they're pacing this arena with dogs. And oh my God, I got stuck on it for like 3 hours. It was ridiculous because on Survivor difficulty, they can hear you. They can see you. Like there's no crouching in the tall grass right in front of them. They can see through the tall grass and see you. So you have to be very, very cautious. And it's very, very difficult. So it's good. I mean, it's grounded, it's realistic, but dear God, it's difficult. But I've been replaying The Last of Us Part 2, and you know, that game, if anything, they have trouble not killing off characters. So they swung the complete opposite direction from the Uncharted series. But you know, what are you gonna do? 2 was just a little too long. Do you mean Uncharted 2 or Part 1? So probably a Part 2. Yeah. Yeah. I think chair's more. I'll just lean back. I think it did have pacing issues. They really start to drag on a little bit. I think it picks up a lot, but I think the biggest issue is that you do all this crazy stuff with Ellie, and then you know you reach the midpoint, and then X happens, and the thing switches, and then the next like 5 hours are super slow and bland, and I just don't think it really keeps the pace up. I get what they were trying to do, but that feels like you run 60 miles an hour into a concrete wall. Swear to God, you spoil it. I will leave. You're fine, Rocky. It's 2 years old also. Like, you should definitely know what happens. Okay, let's do this. So we have the video of the Hogwarts Legacy cinematic trailer. This thing. Hold on, Maddie. Please hold. Please hold, Maddie.
Ubisoft.
Hold, Maddie. Maddie, hold. Maddie. I want to see his video where he takes on that scandal, because that's bold of him. I mean, he's braver than I. But we're gonna watch the cinematic trailer of Hogwarts Legacy. We also are going to watch the new Atomic Heart preview that they did, because that game also looks great. I hear you guys are saying that it's going to be like people are calling for a boycott, which is just, we can't have anything nice. But we're going to kind of deep dive into Hogwarts Legacy. I want to well, let me take a note of this actually, because today I'm the one doing the stream clips because Jacob's taking the day off for his birthday. So I'm going to do Jacob's job today. So I'm going to write down, to make it easier for myself, when we start talking about this. I bought like 35 of these really nice tool pens when I had a real job, and I only used like 5 of them in the time that I worked there before I left. And so now I just have an ocean of these pens. It's like a whole thing. You'll do clips, Rocky? Well, I know it's late there. I don't want you to have to stay up to do that. But I mean, if you are down to, I don't think you have editor's access. Send me a DM, Rocky, of whatever email you use for YouTube, and I'll add you as an editor with editor access, which will mean you can download the streams straight after the fact. And then from there, you can cut this section out. Because basically what we're going to do is we're going to do like, probably it comes out to about an hour deep dive on Hogwarts Legacy. We're going to watch the cinematic trailer. I want to check out Maddie's thing on it. I want to talk a little bit about that scandal. And then we're going to do final overarching thoughts on some of the leaks that have come out, because we've seen problems with the, let's say the game's map leaked, which I'm not going to show this stuff, but we're going to talk about it roughly. I'm not going to tell you all the details, but we're going to discuss some of what has allegedly leaked, the art book leaked, a ton of stuff like that. So this is going to be kind of a meaty deep dive into the game. So for this, Rocky, I would just say, we'll cut the full hour or so. It'll be pretty minimal, but it should be good. Okay, so to begin with this, Hogwarts Legacy just dropped this morning a cinematic trailer for the game. It looks to be in-engine, which is pretty standard for Unreal Engine games. They just kind of, I don't know how it works, but my understanding is that they can basically just bring all the dials up to 35 out of 10 and then pre-render everything, and it just slowly renders the entire trailer, and then you're good. So it looks to be within the engine. It looks really good. They seem to nail the tone and the music. And then they also show some things we haven't seen in gameplay trailers or anything else, but this would seem to confirm that these things will be in the game. So without further ado, let's go and look at the cinematic trailer of Hogwarts Legacy. Here we go.
Take this.
Instantly copyright struck.
Find them.
Professor Weasley!
We don't know what magic caused this.
It looks fire.
Come on, settle. I said settle. Abracadabra!
That's when we get copyright
Your
struck.
legacy begins now. Hogwarts Legacy. Live the unwritten.
So right off the bat, I mean, they nail the editing. It looks great. They do a couple of other things where they show, of course, Ubisoft. But then they also have a pretty varied number of set pieces. You can see very open design. This seems to be London, of course, with Big Ben in the background. Does that confirm that we'll be able to go to a section of Loveland? That's not London. London. I don't think so. I think that's probably reading into this a little bit, because this seems to be a reference to probably a cutscene that starts the game where the player gets their invitation. Maybe we can go to London or a part of it. I don't know, but I wouldn't bank on it. But at the very least, it shows that's where the main character's story begins. We see, in the forest, all the creepy spiders. I kind of wonder if they're going to have the arachnophobia setting. You guys remember Grounded by Obsidian? They had the arachnophobia setting in the visual, graphic settings, and you could crank it down to be less scary, to the point where they're just like big white balls with 2 black eyeballs and stuff. And it was meant to, if you struggle with arachnophobia, then you can turn that on, and then they don't look like spiders and you can deal with it more. But it would be really, really funny if they did that here, and then you can change the settings so that it's just blobs attacking you in the forest. That's one of those accessibility options I can appreciate in a game like Grounded, but I do not blame developers if they don't want to do that, especially in something like Harry Potter, where the spiders in this forest are kind of important and it's not just thrown in there for quick scares. It's kind of important. So if you were able to turn them into blobs, it might kind of be underwhelming. But you see this, and the cool thing about this is that being in engine, what it usually would signify is that everything you're seeing has been built in the game, but they've just cranked up smoke effects, lighting quality. They've ray traced everything. They've really taken it up a notch in terms of the finishing touches in ways that you wouldn't normally be able to do. But clearly these are in-game models of the characters. This, if you told me this was taken as a straight clip from a cinematic, I would believe you. This doesn't look that outrageous. This obviously looks good, but this also looks like an in-game cinematic. If I play it, I'm going to mute it so that the audio doesn't sound insane. But if we play it at lower speed, you can see it looks like in-game content in a very good way. And, it just looks fire. It looks fire. But all of the little bitty details are all very well realized here. I as I said in the collab I did with Retro, I'm very excited for this game. My videos on the skeptical look are mainly built out to be, in a lot of ways, they're meant to talk me down off the cliff, because I don't want to get crazy hyped. I want to keep a level head. So I bring myself back down with those videos where we can break it down a little bit more carefully. But you see just how faithful this recreation of the castle and everything else has been. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Dragons. We got ourselves some dragons. They look spoopy. And all told, it just looks to be a really, really solid recreation. And in a lot of ways, it seems to be exactly what a lot of people were hoping and praying for a long time. So I'm very, very excited for this without a doubt. Jean-Marco, can't wait to be canceled for enjoying the game. Well, that brings us to the next kind of natural discussion point, which is that a lot of people on Twitter, and by a lot of people, I mean probably around 1,000 people across the internet, across the billions, are calling for not just the boycott of Hogwarts Legacy, but they are saying that if you buy it, you are a piece of crap. And that I don't fully buy. What I will ask everybody is that in chat we try to be, a little bit more mature about this topic. I know kind of shit posting can be funny and fun and engaging, but this is I think it's fair to take this a little seriously, because of course, let's be real. If it were the case that buying this game made you a horrible person, I would want to know that because I don't want to be a horrible person, right? So I'm going to take this claim relatively seriously, even if I think some of the people making the claim are, being a little trolly.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
I'm going to take it seriously nonetheless and try to evaluate it, hopefully fairly. So for the purposes of this, let's take it out of the realm of Harry Potter, okay? Because a lot of people are just so hyped over it being Harry Potter that they probably have some blinders on a little bit. So let's try to evaluate this fairly. Let's say that there's a new game coming out called Gibblegook, okay? The game Gibblegook, highly anticipated. People are excited for it because it looks good. It's being developed by a team that's, let's say it's like 500 people. And 500 people are working on it. But the game's story is based on the work of, let's use an actual example. H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft was like a raging racist. I don't know if you knew that, but you read some of his writings. I could not read them on stream without getting permabanned. He said actual pretty horrible stuff. He was out there. But he is like the father of modern horror in a lot of ways. Games like Bloodborne are almost one-to-one recreated based off of his work, with heavy inspiration from him on the monsters and all this stuff. And Harry Potter Lovecraft. I didn't even realize I did it. Favorites, that's funny. Yeah, H.P. Lovecraft. Harry Potter Lovecraft. So let's say that it's a game people are excited for. It's been developed by people hundreds of times over. And it's heavily inspired by this guy, H.P. Lovecraft. On the and then we're gonna add nuance to this, okay? So we're gonna add some layers to it because I can already anticipate what some people will say. But if you bought Gobbledygook, is that what I said it was called? I don't even remember at this point. But if we bought Gobbledygook, would that make us supporters or would that make us as bad as H.P. Lovecraft? Would that make us, on his level? I think most people would say obviously no. For one, the dude's dead, so that kind of complicates things, which is why we'll change it in a moment to somebody alive. But for one, he's no longer with us, so who cares? And secondly, it's separating art from the artist. So I don't consider it to be like, oh, you're contributing to this because you're enjoying the content. That's a little iffy. Same with if you listen to Wagner's music, and some of his operas that he wrote. Wagner was somebody lauded by the Third Reich, for example. Adolf Hitler said, in order to understand National Socialism, you have to understand Wagner, and you cannot understand it until you understand Wagner. Does that mean listening to Wagner's music makes you a Nazi? No. Those are not connected. Maybe you know what? There probably is some overlap, some correlation. If you are a Nazi, maybe you do really like Wagner because you heard, good old Adolf say that. But that doesn't mean that anybody who likes it supports that, right? And really what this comes down to is this Puritan idea that was sort of tied up in the 60s here in the States, called McCarthyism. And basically it goes back to the Red Scare when everybody in the US was terrified of communists, right? Everybody was mortified of communists because they said, oh, it's the Russians. The Russians are spying on us. And the Chinese are spying on us. So that was the big terror. And the whole thing was that if you had anything to do with a known or accused communist, you were then a communist. And they would cancel you and you would lose your job and people would riot outside your house and things. You couldn't be elected to public office. People would freak out. And it's something that's largely been forgotten in the States, but it is a real thing that happened, and it was kind of insane for a long time. And in this case, it's if you associate or have anything tangentially to do with people that have regressive or backwards social views, then you are considered to be supporting them and you're just as bad. So in the example of H.P. Lovecraft, he's dead. He's passed on. Yes, he was a very, very nasty person in a lot of ways. making something based off of his work, listening to Wagner's music, that stuff, listening to Michael Jackson's music, that is a little bit of a stretch to say that you shouldn't do those things. Is it like, should it make you uncomfortable? Maybe, but that's definitely a stretch. With J.K. Rowling, the question is, well, she gets paid from this because she owns Harry Potter. And so when you buy Hogwarts Legacy, she will get a cut of those sales. Now, J.K. Rowling, I think it's fairly well known that she donates every dollar that she gets over $999,999,999 because she doesn't want to be a billionaire. So she donates every dollar past that point to charities. I've heard it said that she donates to charities that are, according to the people on Twitter, transphobic, or that at the very least don't support trans issues. The organizations basically that focus just on women's and like feminist goals, right? So they say, as a result, you may not be making her richer, but she's taking that money that she's getting as a cut of these sales and she's giving it to organizations that don't necessarily support trans issues or trans rights. And I can understand that. And I think that that's a much more interesting argument to say, to argue in favor of like a boycott, right? So I can understand that point a little bit more. However, still, what you're seeing online is an ocean of people that say, basically, I'm all for trans rights. I support it. I've donated to causes with that as the main goal privately. I take it pretty seriously. However, I do separate art from the artist at some point. And if I were to start basically breaking down all of these things and making it so, okay, this person is good friends with Kanye and also invested in Kanye's clothing company, so he's profiting off of Kanye's craziness, so I'm not going to support him. And then this person knows that guy and is good friends with him, so I can't support that. Pretty quickly, you'll start to realize that you can't engage in society because you have to live like a Puritan if you start to live life in that way. And society quickly collapses. And so while I think it's noble in a lot of ways to come along and say, I am going to, let's just say, I'm not going to buy this game. I'm going to boycott it. I'm not going to listen to Michael Jackson's music. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm not going to go to Neverland on a vacation tour. I'm not going to listen to Kanye's music. If you want to do that, I think that is perfectly reasonable, and I support you, and I'll give you a pat on the back. And I think that that's you're following your convictions, and I think that that's a lot more than a lot of people do. What I get uncomfortable with is when Puritan types start to demand that other people live by their rule sets, by their moral dictum. And I get upset when religious leaders do it, when church leaders do it and say, no, you can't get married if you're gay because that's against our moral virtues and guidelines. We're all like, a lot of us would be pissed about that and be like, okay, sit down, shut up. But when it comes to this thing, we're okay with it because we might agree with it. And the whole thing, I think, at the end of the day is that we have to be willing to let people make their own ethical and moral decisions. And we can agree, we can disagree. But fundamentally, moral and ethical decisions are up to the individual. That's what makes them moral and ethical decisions. If you are making moral and ethical decisions for fear of the mob, I wouldn't consider that a moral or ethical decision. If I hold a gun to your head and I say, do this thing because it's good, and then you do that thing, I wouldn't say that you did the good thing. I would say that you just did something because you were terrified that you had a gun to your head, right? So when you're afraid of the mob, I don't find that to be a compelling way to create a more virtuous or ethical world. I think what's much more reasonable is to try to turn something positive out of it. So, when you play Hogwarts Legacy on launch day, do a fundraiser for charities that support trans rights. Why not do that? It's going to have tons of attention. Like I've said that before. I was like, okay, well, when I do my big critique, why not just do a fundraiser? And on that video, any donations, any money that comes in, it just goes to the charity. Why not do that? Take this kind of sucky thing or this thing that has like a complicated nuance to it and make something good out of it. Raise some money for a good cause. I don't understand why we have to burn it all to the ground as the only option. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. So with that being said, that's kind of my overarching thoughts on it. I don't think you can compel ethical or moral behavior. Then you just end up with automatons, and you don't actually end up with a better world. You end up with people who are doing things that you think look good on the surface, but they're doing them for the wrong reasons. And that doesn't fix the fundamental problem, which is people's perceptions of these issues. So rather, I think it makes more sense to advocate for causes and charities that can work on explaining these things to people, helping people understand this new perspective for them. Because for a lot of people, these perspectives on trans rights and things and trans issues, it's a new thing for a lot of people. They just haven't considered it before. I know a lot of people that live in the South still, because I grew up there. A lot of them literally have just never had it explained to them in a clear and coherent way, like what is actually being argued and what the cause even represents, because it's all just been so political, and it feels like either you have to be totally against it or totally for it, boycotting everything else. And I think more nuanced conversations will be much more effective than boycotts in the long run. And I think also with the crazy amount of hype and excitement for this game, the numbers it's going to sell, I would much rather use that as a tool to do good instead of just trying to burn it to the ground and tell everybody around me that they're terrible people if they happen to engage with it, you know? So that's my overarching thoughts on this. Maddie did a video, it seems, discussing this topic. And as you guys know, we've been building the Lego Titanic here on stream. You see it behind me. We are making progress. That is the piece I'm working on now. I'm very close. I think I have like 2 or 3 bags left to finish that. And then we'll just have the stern. So we're close. You also notice I moved the Hogwarts Castle over here. So it barely fit there. It's like hanging off bad. But this Lego Titanic is going to take up the entire length of that when it's done. It is a meaty boy. So I'm going to pull those Lego pieces up. We're going to start working on it while we react to Maddie's video. I have followed Maddie for a long time. Maddie is actually one of the first inspirations I had to get into YouTube. I used to watch him way back in the day talk about Fallout 4, and like he would do those hype speculation videos on Fallout 4, like we're seeing a ton of people do for Hogwarts Legacy, where he'd be like, oh, Bethesda released 4 t-shirts on this one day, and the 4 shirts represent Fallout 4, and they released it without an announcement, which means that they might be releasing Fallout 4 without an announcement. And like it just gets totally insane. So we're gonna go through this and see what he thinks on this topic, and I want to hear his perspective, because it's always, you know, really, really interesting. For this, Rocky, you can include the lead up to Maddie. Let's include the reaction to Maddie's content, because we're gonna shoot for this final thing to be like around probably an hour long, 45 minutes to an hour long. Those longer stream clips do a lot better. So cut out this rambly part, but we'll just lead right into that. Let me grab the Legos and we can just pop right in. Thank you guys for being civilized during that initial conversation and discussion on this, because I know, like, when we talk about these things, it's easy to kind of start trolling and hamming it up, because let's be real, a lot of the people on Twitter who are calling for the boycotts, I'm not even convinced are actual people who support that position. I think most of them are trolling, because a lot of them will start with like the basic talking points, and then they'll say like the comment I posted to our Discord earlier. They came in and they said on the YouTube channel that because the goblins in the game are your enemy, and the goblins are fighting like a revolution for their rights or something, that the player is being fascist in the main quest, and so it's a game that promotes fascism. And like that sounds to me like a PO. And if you don't know what a PO is, it's the thing of when somebody like is trying to mimic and parody an extremist position on the internet, you can't actually tell the difference between the legitimate position and the parody, because they're so ridiculous. And that's where I landed with that comment. And there's been a lot like that on Twitter where I can't tell if somebody's being serious or if they are just that kind of wacky. I don't know. And for that person, I really don't know, because it was insane. Like, I was like, okay, I was with you, but then you started talking about how that's just like a fascist middle schooler. Like, okay. I don't know about that, dude. It's just, it's like we said in that video where we reacted to, what was, I feel bad. I can never remember his name. I don't know, another YouTuber. We did the day before reaction video. And in that video, we were looking at his stuff, and he made some really good arguments for why the game looks ridiculous. But then he like leads in with a really bizarre follow-up point saying that this like gas station in the game was taken and basically ripped off from another game. And it's like he's showing it and it just looks like a gas station. Like no part of it looks to be scandalous at all. I was like, okay, well, I mean, you made some good points, but I feel like that last thing you did undermined your whole argument. Because when you're arguing on the internet, if you make 5 good points and 1 horrible point, people will just remember the horrible point. You have to just focus on the good stuff. Otherwise, people will just, like, it just doesn't work. Maddie with the solid middle part. Yeah, he's gone through a few different haircuts in his day. I remember back when I was watching him, it wasn't quite a bowl cut, but it was close. It was similar to that. And now he's got the mid part a little longer. He's grown out the goatee. Come on, you. So, yeah, I've been watching Maddie for a long time. Like, the first time I did a collab with him was back in 2017. I went on his podcast, and it was really cool. You know, because in a weird way, even though he's not that much older than me, I was kind of meeting one of my idols because, like I said, he inspired me to start YouTube. And I started doing like Fallout 4 news videos and stuff. And so to see him do this was like, it was just like, I don't know. It was interesting to see him transition from Fallout 4 to what he does now, which is just general gaming content. Because it was, I mean, he was deep in the Fallout grind. And I remember when he first made the pivot off of it, a lot of his fans got pretty upset because they're like, no, we follow you for this stuff. No, back to the Bethesda stuff. And he's like, guys, they aren't going to have another game for like 6 years. So it's something I talked to about, or I talked to Retro about it actually after our Hogwarts collab, because he was like, yeah, I'm going to have to pivot away from Hogwarts Legacy again after the game comes out. I was like, yeah, no, it's not going to be easy. It happens. But when you commit your whole channel to one game and then one game, you know, that one game comes out, it's kind of hard to figure out what to do next, you know? So I don't blame him for being a little stressed about where he's going after this, but you know, Retro will figure it out. I don't know if he'll jump into one game again, find another game he's hyped about. We'll see. But anyway, like you and AC. Yeah, I don't think I ever got to the point where I was just covering AC. I like, of course, did a ton of stuff with AC. I've made a lot of videos on it, critiques on it. So I've done it a lot before, but I don't think I ever fully committed to it. I mean, I made a good number of videos on like The Witcher 3 and stuff like that, but I've never fully committed to one game since Fallout 4 because I realized very quickly, okay, the game's out. What now? Like, I built an audience around this one thing. How do I move forward? I don't know. Vite, yeah, he's Soulsborne, but he also gets such ridiculous views on his videos that he can justify it. Like, if you're getting 1 million views on every upload, you only need to post like once every few weeks and you'll be okay. And so for him, he's fine. You know, he's totally fine. And the audience for FromSoft videos is big enough that I think you can justify it. What are we building? We are building the Lego Titanic. sent me a link with the thing. Okay, I will start this video. We'll start watching it, and then I will try to add you as an editor from there, Rocky. You won't be able to download the stream till it ends, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. But from there, we can just move on. You should collab with Gingy. You'll have to remind me who that is. Is that just his name? Is that who he is? No. Let's see. How far is it? Or is that all you have so far? We have the bow. Out of my way, box. We have the bow, the first half of the middle half. So the second quarter of the ship. This is the third quarter. And then after this, we have the stern, which is the last third of the ship that we are going to have to figure out. It's going to be a big boy, but, you know, you got to finish it strong. Okay, Maddie, let's do this.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, digging deep into a video game that we have yet to cover on this channel. Since the announcement of...
Which is amazing. Like, normally Maddie does like 5 videos a week. And so, like, to see him not talk about a game that's been very, very hyped is not super common.
Hogwarts Legacy, this game has been mired in controversy and drama, and I've stayed relatively quiet on the subject, just watching from afar, occasionally diving into the thought pieces that are going around, inspecting the boycotts, but relatively keeping to myself. Up until lately, I've spoken about it a decent amount on Defining Duke, more so focused on the lacking consistency from outlets and certain gamers around the industry. But now that I've taken that time to really take the deep dive on all that is surrounding this game, I'm here to throw my hat in the ring on what's going on surrounding Hogwarts Legacy and just have more of a conversation on where we are at as an industry, because I feel like Hogwarts Legacy is more so indicative of a larger problem than what we're really focusing on, which is a lot of people trying to ostracize this game, and honestly to the point of failure, because according to the sales charts right now, Hogwarts Legacy is the #1 game on Steam for purchases, and that's insane given it's 4 weeks from launch. Same for PlayStation 5, and it's #2 on Xbox, only behind Modern Warfare 2. So really, really crazy success already. Is it justifiable or not? We're going to really dive deep into that subject matter today. Now, I will warn you that this video is going to be a little bit more scripted than my usual content. Normally, I just have...
Can't blame him. Can't blame him at all. You got to walk on eggshells with this stuff. But, I mean, like I said, I think the overarching lesson of this is that basically, like, I think the overwhelming majority of gamers are not convinced by the arguments to boycott. So even calling this a controversy doesn't really feel fair. But I get what he said. Like, I totally get it. But it doesn't really feel right to call it a full-on controversy, because it's such a niche issue. Like, so few people are actually going to boycott it. The people most of them that are actively calling for boycotts were never going to play this game. They're not gamers. And you can tell that. Like, look on their Twitter profiles. And they're not gamers. They don't game. And they're like, I'm going to be passing on this game. It's, wow, real bold of you. Wow. It's like me announcing that I'm not going to buy Ye's latest sneakers. Like, wow, how bold, how brave, how stunning, how beautiful. Like, I was never going to buy them before. And so it's not a huge sacrifice for me to come along and be like, oh, I'm not going to do that. I shall pass.
Have a list of bullet points and I riff off of that because the subject matter usually isn't so serious. But in this case, given that it is more serious, I want to be careful with that type of stuff and make sure what I'm saying is clear. So let's dive right into the heart of the matter. If you're new here and you're into video game conversations like these, deep dives like these, consider subscribing. Let's begin with J.K. Rowling. she's really at the heart of all of this, right? So we're not going to go into her specifically beyond the fact that she is an extremely polarizing figure and at the heart of whether or not you should support this game and if it's justifiable or not. And the concern here lies in the people who are boycotting the game, that she has a hatred, particularly of transgender people, and that will spread and it will embolden her if Hogwarts Legacy is a success. Now, to make it clear on a number of fronts, I want to say this, that you can choose to support the game or not. I'm here to just discuss the matter, right? Like, I'm diving into the lack of consistency from outlets to make my stance clear, but I'm not here to convince you one way or the other on what you should do with Hogwarts Legacy. If I do take issue with anything, it's the ongoing bullying for those who choose to buy the game or even work as a part of it, or in other end of the spectrum, it's those who have chosen to buy it going after those who have chosen to boycott it. It's the internet. I'm not really expecting everyone to get along and give each other hugs, but I do think to some extent it's got a bit out of control now.
I will say I do find it kind of entertaining to watch, like, the people who are trying to bully others into boycotting it getting trolled online as a result of that. Like, normally it's the other way around. Normally it's the people that are they're just bullying people into not buying it and into boycotting it for sake of their mission and set goal. But it's kind of flipped the other way. We're now, like, 4chan and all of these other online sites have made it like their goal to just roast the crap out of people who are calling for boycotts and stuff. It's an interesting reversal because I don't remember that being a thing with a lot of other gaming scandals or anything, but it has been interesting.
To make my stance clear, I do support the LGBTQ community. It's something that's always been really important to me.
You know, I see what's online. I know how people feel about this game. I myself am not even a big Harry Potter fan. I haven't even finished watching all the movies. I'll talk about that in a little bit.
Maddie. You were doing so well. I don't know. I mean, I guess that does explain why he hasn't, like, covered the game a lot, because he's not a huge fan of the series if he hasn't watched all the movies. I get it. Like, I totally get it. Is he going to come along and is the follow-up going to be, I've read all the books and the books are so much better than the movie? Is that what he's going to do? That would actually be kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, that would explain why he hasn't finished the movies and why he hasn't covered this before. So I guess that makes sense. So Ben, basically, just to run through it quickly, J.K. Rowling is a TERF, which means trans exclusionary radical feminist. That's her term. And what that basically translates to is that she says that feminist issues are not trans issues and they should be treated separately because, like, people who are born female or assigned female, whatever you want to say, their life experience and their problems and difficulties are just different than trans issues. So they should be treated differently. And you shouldn't call, like, a trans woman's difficulties in life women's issues. They're trans issues. So her whole thing is that you separate them out. And after people tried to cancel her over those statements, she started kind of hamming it up, and then she would post regular, like, memes and stuff on Twitter, kind of making fun of trans advocates and stuff. So she definitely poked the bear. I think, TB, what I saw, I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet that she sent out like a year and a half ago where she just, like, tweeted out the definition of TERF. And then she said, like, sounds good to me or something like that. I'm fairly certain that she did that. I mean, if she didn't say that, I would be very, very interested in knowing that. But I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet that she sent out that said that.
But I think it's important to stress that factor with my support. You know, I don't align with J.K. Rowling's views personally, but all in all, I think it's important that you, as a consumer, have the choice to decide.
Oh my God, I just thought of it. Is the Quartering making videos on this? Probably. Those have to be the most brain dead videos ever. Like, oh my God, that's got to be so funny. Man, even when I was in my rut where I was kind of like in the Steven Crowder, like, oh yeah, I'm thinking outside the box. Even when I was in that phase, I don't think I ever thought the Quartering was like impressive or anything. And I bet he's got some really funny videos on this topic. I'm sure there's got to be a lot of funny stuff on that.
Whether or not you play this game. At the end of the day, I plan to cover Hogwarts Legacy when it comes out to make my review as per usual, I plan to go over to Retro Rebound, do Remembering the Harry Potter games, maybe play one of those games for a separate video. Like, I do plan on doing my coverage across both my channels on there. Personally, to me, I feel like J.K. Rowling is far enough away from this project where I don't think she's having the major impact that many are assuming. And by far enough away, I do mean her submitting her views of the world or different groups of people into the creative product. Of course, she is directly tethered to the license, and she will be earning money off of this for every sale of the game. If anything, it's almost a Streisand effect where we're giving her more of a spotlight if you're trying to avoid that by making this game truly about her.
Oh, for real. Yeah. No, this is probably, I mean, I think that this is, I would guess, the best point that Maddie will make here, because I kind of wish I had said that, because I think that that's very well put. Because it is the Streisand effect. The more we address it, the more we bring it up, it just creates the beast that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so, like, you're just bringing more attention to her and discussing it more. It gives this game more press. And so it's doing the opposite of what a lot of these advocates are hoping it will do. So I don't know. But Maddie, dude needs to finish the series first. Maddie, if that is your real name. Yeah, for real. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I mean, I'm guessing he's just not a big fan of the series, you know, and that's fine. Who cares? Stream dead. It might have just started refreshing. You might have to refresh it. Oh, you're fine. You're fine, TB. I was like, if that's true, I would like to know, but I wasn't sure.
But to me, as a creative, I think the biggest talking point that's being ignored here, and again, this is where I think it does go beyond Hogwarts Legacy, is the lacking consistency. So the boycott...
The Titanic discriminated against the Irish. I'm not Irish, but I'm offended for them. Cancel Luke. He's building the Titanic. He has it in his studio. Cancel Luke. He hates the Irish, even though he's like half Irish. Top of the morning to you.
Have gone from gamers themselves, which again is their personal choice, to even outlets saying,
Got me
outright,
Lucky
we're not going
Charms.
to cover this game. And again, that's their choice. But here's the problem with that, I personally believe, is when you look close enough at almost any company right now in gaming, I'll be picking out a couple of major ones, there is a problem or a major controversy tied to pretty much everything, where I feel like boycotting digs yourself into a deeper and deeper hole, and there's no way to get out of it.
Yeah, and to be clear, I think that this is important to distinguish. This isn't tu quoque fallacy of argumentation, which is basically like, nuh-uh, you did this too. You know, that's a fallacy because it doesn't have anything to do with the point. If I say you shouldn't play Hogwarts Legacy because it will give money to somebody who we disagree with and who is bad, then you say, well, other studios have done also bad stuff. That's not an argument against the boycott, right? That's a fallacy. But what is being brought up by it is not, you should not play this game because other things, or you should play this game because your argument against it can be applied to other things. But what's being said is that if you are going to be consistent in this, and you can kind of challenge people on being consistent here, you can say, okay, well, if you actually believe that you should boycott games made by people or that have ties to people you don't like, you're going to have to boycott pretty much every major title in the industry, because there's always going to be some horrible person tied to it. Like, the Saudi Arabia has an investment fund. They've bought major stakes within EA, within Activision, within Tencent, within Ubisoft. Like, all of those games have major stakes owned by the Saudi Arabian government. And the Saudi Arabian government has horrible human rights abuses, killing journalists, dismembering them, like horrible stuff. Are you going to stop playing all of those games? I mean, for some of these people, they're going to be like, yeah, because they've never played video games. They were never going to play video games. So they're like, yes, I'm willing to make that sacrifice. But the point being brought up here is not that this is, you know, you can play these games because other guys have done stuff bad too, because that's a fallacy. What's being brought up is, if you live your life by this rule set that you're trying to establish, the whole industry goes away. And so do all of the movies. Any actor or actress that associated with Harvey Weinstein, you're not going to mess with. Never watch a Meryl Streep movie again, because she was close friends with Harvey Weinstein and even called him God in one of her Oscar acceptance speeches. She said, I'd like to thank my family, my friends, and God, Harvey Weinstein, for giving me this role. You know, you're never watching a movie with her in it again. No more Mamma Mia. Like, the whole thing starts to collapse. So, and Roman Polanski. Meryl is problematic across the board. But that's what's being brought up here, and that's what Maddie's saying. So I just want to knock that out because I've seen some people counter this and be like, well, just because like two wrongs doesn't make a right. Just because Activision Blizzard has horrible people working within it does not mean that you have a free pass to play a game from somebody else who did something terrible. But that's not what's actually being argued. So just to knock that out.
Eventually, the whataboutism will catch up to you. And I find that greatly problematic as someone who tries to use their platform to move the conversation forward, and I feel like these other outlets should do the same. But none of that is said to take away from the intent of said boycott, because I believe for most people it is well-intentioned, and it's very easy for, say, someone like myself, a straight white male, to be like, oh, whatever, man, just go buy your Hogwarts Legacy, who cares? You know, certainly we're not the marginalized group, so I want to make sure it's also clear, we're not disavowing those arguments, more so focusing on, I think, the pitfalls that these companies, these outlets are creating for themselves by trying to evade controversy and essentially find themselves in more. So a couple of examples here on why I find there to be some inconsistency with, again, outlets maybe shutting down coverage. I look at something like as simple as Beyond Gaming, Twitter.
Is that a thing? Have companies done that? Is that really a thing? Companies have come out and said they're not covering this game? I mean, I applaud their moral turpitude. Good for them. I think that that's a little wacky, but props. Kotaku and Polygon and Eurogamer are not doing it. Really? They're going to miss out on the wave, man. This game's going to sell bonkers. You know, their funeral, I guess. You know, that the whole like meme of go woke, go broke. It's a meme. It's something people joke about, and usually it's really, really stupid when people say it because it's like, oh, Marvel went woke and they went broke. It's like kind of stupid because obviously most major franchises nowadays have gone woke and they still make billions of dollars. So it's not true. Like clearly it's not true. But this is an example where like going woke will actually make you go broke. So like it's a weird choice.
When you use Twitter.
Lachlan? Hello? 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 Hello. Hi. Hi. Do you want to come say hello to everybody?
Whoa.
Hi.
Can you come in?
Oh.
The cat's knocked something over.
Oh, really?
It's like a whole bunch of paper on the floor.
Great. Oh, Lachlan.
Whomping Willow.
Oh, he's got the Whomping Willow and Hagrid's hut. Oh. Is that so cool? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Good box. Good box. How are you guys?
Grandma and Grandpa just stopped by,
Oh, good.
and he cuddled each of them.
Oh, good.
Like, didn't play nothing, didn't say anything, just like rested his head on their shoulder. And like the whole time they were there, like 10 minutes. Both of them.
That's sweet.
You go say hi to Dad?
Is it still super snowy? Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's gonna let up. I think I'm gonna have to go out and shovel. It's just getting heavier and heavier.
Crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had somebody in chat who lives in Loveland, and they said that most of their stuff has gotten canceled and school's canceled. A lot of stores are closing early.
Yeah. Oh, our local coffee shop closed last night.
Yeah.
They're like, we're not coming in tomorrow.
I mean, I applaud the local business owners who are like, yeah, no, our employees don't have to drive in. Because I remember like when I worked down in Denver, my bosses would be livid with me if I was like, hey, there's 3 feet of snow and I drive a sedan. I can't make it the hour and 15-minute drive to Denver, so I'm going to work from home today. And they would be pissed, like subtly implying that they might have to fire me and lock me out of the office and stuff. And I was like, like, do you want me to die? Like, do you think I'm lying? You can see the snow. Like, you know that it's real. I never understood that.
A business with like 14, 15, 16-year-old employees. They didn't decide until 30 minutes before we opened during a massive snowstorm if we were opening or not.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to get there?
Like, I get it. You have expenses, and like their money doesn't just like generate by closing or when they're closed. So they lose a lot of money if they're closing shop one day. But it's still like your employees could literally die on the drive because it's not safe.
What's that? It's the Lord Farquaad meme where he's like,
Oh, yeah.
some of you may die. That
But-
is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Yeah. It's going to save Princess Fiona. Some of you will die. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah!
Just hit the mic.
I whacked the microphone. Oh, Lachlan. Oh, he split it apart. He ripped Hagrid's house off the foundation.
Can you put it back? Oh, so this might take a little bit more fixing than Mama.
He is the monster in all those storybooks. He's the one that comes and climbs down the beanstalk.
I didn't
And...
know that Aragon was on here. The spider's on the house.
Yeah.
Well, I can't fix that. That's not something Mama can fix. That's something Daddy's gonna have to fix.
Yep.
It's gonna be a little hard for Mama to fix.
Hagrid didn't pay his rent. Lachlan's come to collect.
Do you bring Daddy one of the boats? No. Bring one of the boats.
Yeah, poor investment if your employee dies. Yeah, it's just like
Bring it to Dada.
it just doesn't make sense to me. And I'm always, I've told Jacob a lot. Lachlan, I've always said I'm a believer that happy workers are better workers. So if I have to spend more to keep them happy, I will do that. But you know what's an even safer saying? Alive workers are better than dead workers. But apparently that's controversial because a lot of these bosses are like, no, you still need to come in and figure it out. It's weird. Lucky, I want to make sure you're not eating Legos.
That's a good
Oh, you're building it?
Oh,
Sean, if you're watching this, I forgot to order the Duplos, but we're going to order the Duplos. We're going to do that. And then I'm going to build them with him. Because he loves it. He wants to like put the pieces together, but he can't figure out like how to rotate them. He hasn't quite gotten that yet. But I think Duplos will help.
Grandma's gonna bring by his farmer's market stand today, and I'll put it in the.
Lachlan. Hello. Oh.
Poor Hagrid.
Poor Hagrid.
Do not have a house no more.
He loves to grab as many things in his hands as he can. And it's pretty cute. Let's see. Luke, do you like the film Team America World Police? I was too young when I saw it, but I love it. I watched it. Yeah, I mean, as a fan of South Park, yes, I love it. But yeah, I didn't see it until like last year, I think it was. But yeah, that one's outrageous. That one is hilarious. Apparently the new season of South Park comes in February, and then Casa Bonita opens in May. And I will be going to the opening in May with my brothers, and I'll like stream it from my phone, so all of you guys can be there with us. It's gonna be pretty crazy, because Casa Bonita, it was fun even when it was terrible. There were entire like rooms that were just rancid and smelled like sewer that had leaked. It was horrible, and the food was worse than Taco Bell. It was awful.
You knew you were gonna get food poisoning.
Yeah, it was like you go there, the sopapillas are terrible, the burritos are terrible, like the food is horrible, but you go there because it's Casa Bonita. And so when they, Matt Stone and Trey Parker bought it out, they came in and we did it as a stream reaction when this channel first started. I think they committed like millions of dollars, like an $11 million renovation or something, to repairing it because they had to like gut most of it. Well, it's like, now I destroy Hogwarts. Oh! Are you a Death Eater? Are you trying to
do not
destroy Hogwarts Castle?
Tear up the bridge.
Can I hug? 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 No, you're too busy. Hug?
Apparently, he doesn't come down to see you. He comes down to see the Legos.
Yeah, he comes down for the Legos. I'm just a coincidence. Thank you for that, Maur. Let me see if I can read it. This ties into what we were just talking about. So I will get to that in just a second, Maur, when we kind of loop back into all of this. Are you going to be good to Mama? No. He says no. No. Where are you going? Okay, you can look. Look. Yeah? That's the Lego pyramid. And
Lachlan.
that's the poor lizard that's quite scared. Oh, careful, careful, careful.
Lockie, can we go upstairs, please?
Oh, can you say hi to everybody? Hi. Hi, everybody. Can you say hi? Hi. Hi. Oh, you helping Daddy build?
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Don't tear it apart.
Oh, so helpful. That's going to be the smokestack. We're going to build the smokestack. Oh, good. Grab the piece. He's like, I got it, Dad. Don't worry.
See, this piece goes on this piece.
See, he's a little engineer. He wants to figure out how it works. We'll get you Duplos, dude. I'll help you build some Duplo stuff. It'll be fun. Aren't you so excited for when he starts building like little cars and stuff? It's gonna be great.
He's my kid. It's just gonna be like a couple things stuck together, and he's gonna be like, "It's a tower."
Yeah. Looks great.
Or he'll like stick two together, and he'll be like, "Dad, this is you." Great imagination.
I'd be like, son,
horrible building
this looks
skills.
horrible. See, we can stick them together.
What?
That's crazy.
This is bringing me back to when Courtney and I tricked you guys and made you think that we mixed all the Legos.
Oh yeah, Caleb and I were building the Hogwarts castle that you see there, and Nikki and Courtney, Caleb's wife, thought it would be really funny to pretend like they took all of the bags from all of the steps and then dumped them into a bowl together. So like bag 1, bag 4, bag 7, bag 15, bag, like all of them into this one big bowl. And we had a heart attack because I ran to the bathroom. He went to the other bathroom.
It was. It wasn't that.
No, they did not actually do that. It was like they put the full bag still sealed underneath, and then they sprinkled the bag we had already opened on top, so it looked like just a bowl full of Legos. That's a very little piece, isn't it?
I think it was all the spare parts too.
Yeah.
So stuff you'd already used and it was already done.
And I mean, we came out after we used the bathroom and we walked up to the table. We saw
got them
it,
both separately.
and they started like giggling, and they're like, ha, 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 we dumped all of them into a bowl. And Caleb and I were just silent, like trying to contain our rage. Because like, do you have any idea? Like this thing already was taking us hours and hours to build. You've just lengthened that by probably 5 hours. Because now we have to deal with all of this. It would have been even.
Opened all the bags for you so that you could just have them all in one spot.
It would have been even more funny if you tried to play it straight, like you were really trying to help.
Oh, you
Yeah.
were second. With Caleb, we did.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Because we got you both separately.
Say thank you, Mama.
And he was so mad. He, like, walked into our bedroom. He, like, left the room.
Yeah, it's like,
He's
I
like-
can't. I can't. You don't understand. That is a major offense. You go, Mama.
Should we
Daddy,
go
get back to
upstairs?
work.
We go upstairs?
Kind of squirmy.
He just wants to play the Legos.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
Do you want this? Play with that? Yeah. I love you. Mm. You wanna walk up?
My core muscles are not what they used to be.
Hey, you! I love you.
Say love you, Dada.
I love you, Lucky.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Lucky.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay, see you later. Much love.
Loving little donut.
Yeah, indeed.
There you go.
Mauer. Okay, so back to it. Funny thing about this Go Woke, Go Broke, and I don't shove politics mentality, is that many movies and games have been woke and political for decades now. It's not the wokeness, they're just bad. Yeah. Well, I think that's the broader point, is people just say, like, I don't like it, and therefore, like, well, to be clear, like, the new Velma show, like, it's just bad. Is it bad because it's woke? Is it bad because it tried to make fun of wokeness? I don't know. The lesson is that it's just bad. And when you can like whittle down a show or a piece of entertainment's identity down to just like something as cringe as Go Woke or Broke, then there's nothing, like, obviously it's not good. If all you can say about the Witcher series is that it's not faithful to the books, then it's probably not a good show. Even like it could be not faithful to the books and still be good, I guess. But if that's all you have to say about it, it's probably bad. In the same way that, like, you know, I've told Jacob when we're editing videos, you know, there will be something where I'm like, I would like to fix this thing. But if people come out like, you know, like my hair is kind of screwed up halfway through one of the takes. So for like 5 minutes of the 3-hour video, my hair is crazy like it is right now. And I'm like, I would, if in a perfect world, I would reshoot that with my hair not crazy. But if people watch this whole video and walk away saying Luke's hair was crazy, and when they're asked about that video, I did something wrong, because there should be more to the video to make it worth watching than that, right? Like it shouldn't just rely on that. But you know, I guess it's beside the point. Stadia dies today, apparently. Yes, by the way, if you played any games on Stadia, you need to go and back up your saves, because it deletes today. All of it will go away. So back up your saves if you played anything on Stadia. Do that for sure. Luke's got just woke up here. Yeah, for real, dude. For real. Yeah, we will be jumping back into Star Citizen. We will be doing that. I'm not sure exactly when. I was hoping 3.18 would be out publicly and more stable a little sooner than it is. So I was going to jump into it once that hits the public, but I don't know when that will be. So we'll see. And yes, everybody, like the stream. My goodness. We got 270 people in here and only 80 likes. I thought you loved me. Dislike. Okay, anyway. Yeah, after this, we're going to talk about the Suicide Squad stuff. Okay, let's do this. Okay, back to it. Let's see. What else you got, Maddie?
You're supporting Elon Musk. Elon Musk has become more and more controversial.
Hold on.
So a couple of examples here on why I find there to be some inconsistency with, again, outlets maybe shutting down coverage. I look at something like as simple as Beyond Gaming, Twitter. When you use Twitter, you're supporting Elon Musk. Elon Musk has become more and more controversial to many as the years have gone on. I also look at something like Tencent. Tencent is notorious for shutting down creatives, for really limiting their ability to use their voice as a creative, and a lot of those changes creatively having to deal with the politics of the world. And while that may not be the most attractive part of a video game for people, certainly I can relate. We have to admit that there are politics deeply embedded in pretty much all of our favorite creative experiences. I think that stuff is so important to be able to make what you want to make, but they actively have changed and shut down games because
for me, the easiest one that's just one and done, the Saudi Arabian investment fund for video games. Saudi Arabia literally murders journalists that disagree with the crown. They stone people who are members of the LGBTQ community. They don't allow non-Muslims to wear like green on certain days of the year. It's like a super, super screwed up regime. One of the most backwards in the world. But because they have all this money, people are just like, they just look past it. But because they've invested in all these companies and the success of these games will lead to enrichment of Saudi Arabia further, are you going to boycott like pretty much every major AAA game? Probably not. Didn't like 3,000 people died building that stadium? I don't know, but I fully believe it. Yeah, I fully believe it. It's because I mean, they, if any country were down to use slave labor, I'm sure it's Saudi Arabia. And the fact that you'd have to Google that to see whether or not they used slave labor in the creation of these things should tell you a lot. It really should, because most countries, you'd be like, you know, oh, did you hear France used slave labor to build whatever new building they have? You'd be like, I don't know about that. France, I don't know. But Saudi Arabia, you're like, let me Google it. That alone should tell you a lot about Saudi Arabia, okay? So for me, it's just like, again, the Puritan argument of these people are like have backwards views on these things, and because they are somewhat related to this thing, if you engage with it, you are supporting them. I just don't find that very compelling, because again, the world stops functioning if you truly believe that and are consistent.
They don't like what was in them. They don't like that it was maybe contentious. There are really bad views deeply embedded within Tencent, and their fingers are deep within 800 plus companies. What are those companies?
Oh, I mean, yeah, the USA has also had its fair share of controversies, don't get me wrong. But I think that the Saudi Arabian government's recent actions, pretty much everybody should agree, are bad.
Well, just to name a few, we have From Software, released the biggest game last.
And let me be clear, it's not like like Islamic thing versus Westerner thing. I have a friend from back in high school who's, I don't know if you'd call him like a super devout Muslim, but I mean, he's a Muslim. And he is like, oh no, like the Saudi Arabian government is horrifying. Like very openly. It's like, yeah, no, it's horrible.
Last year, Elden Ring. We have Ubisoft, of course, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry Beyond Good and Evil, and many other games. Platinum Games, who just released Bayonetta 3, and that had its own separate controversy. Epic Games, that one's 40%, by the way. Epic Games, who, yeah, runs Fortnite, the biggest game in the world, probably next to Call of Duty. Speaking of which, Activision Blizzard, no stranger to controversy at all. And we know that with Activision Blizzard, that currently Bobby Kotick is at the top of the food chain, and there's been a lot of controversy surrounding him as well. But guess what's the #1 gaming franchise to this day? Call of Duty, an Activision-owned IP. Now, obviously, all of these companies I've mentioned have various different situations. I think the best comparable in the case of the gaming space is probably Activision Blizzard, because the simple way of putting it is there's a really bad controversy at the heart of this, and particularly people that folks aren't fond of, and the consumer asking the question, am I wrong for buying this game? And we'll talk about that more in a moment, but I'm of the mindset that I wouldn't call you a bad person for buying, say, Call of Duty or buying Hogwarts Legacy, strictly because I think you're supporting creatives, the hundreds and sometimes thousands of people who put their blood, sweat, and tears into these video games, and they shouldn't be punished because of some bad actors. At least that's my 2 cents on it. Now, that's not to say that the ends justify the means, if you will, but what it's to say is that all these games have gone covered, have received their respective exposure despite those who were tied directly to them. And it's because eventually, for a lot of these outlets who are trying to shut it down, the business needs outweigh the morality for many of them. I have the benefit of, if I were to choose to boycott Hogwarts Legacy, my business would thrive regardless because it runs in a lot of other pockets.
Yeah, dab on the haters. Yeah, I mean, it does start to really scream, and this is why bringing up these other examples is important, because you start to look like you are hypocritical if you call for boycotts of Hogwarts Legacy, but you don't call for boycotts of Call of Duty, of Fortnite, of any game that's been invested in by Saudi Arabia, like, which is pretty much every major AAA game nowadays, because they've bought stakes in effectively every major publicly traded company. And so pretty quickly, you just have to decide, if you're going to be consistent with this, that you are just not going to play games anymore. And that, for a lot of people, it's like, okay, well, if my methodology leads me to an absurd conclusion like that this entire industry is moot because of this like philosophy I'm trying to live by, then maybe there's something wrong with the philosophy. And that's when, you know, this whole argument starts to kind of collapse for a lot of people. Yeah, I think we'll include this reaction, Rocky. I think that's good, to just include this whole reaction if it works and is relatively smooth.
View the hundreds and in some cases thousands of creatives that pour their blood, sweat, and tears into every inch of these games, and I don't know if they should pay the price because of one bad actor, or in some cases multiple. In the case of Hogwarts Legacy, it seems to be one. In the case of Activision Blizzard, it was most of the managerial staff. It does differ from situation to situation, but
I know this is a tangent, but it always, the term blood, sweat, and tears always has kind of broken my brain when it comes to video games, because I'm like, I just imagine the devs sitting at their desks, and then they're just like typing so quickly that their fingers are bleeding. Because I'm like, how do you get blood involved in the development of a video game? And then I snap out of it like 10 seconds later, like I just did, where I'm like, no, wait, what did Maddie say? Because I kind of just go into a weird zone. So sorry, I got kind of distracted there. But anyway, what do I think of Returnal? It's really good. I just suck at it, so I never finished it, but it's really good.
always the development teams outweigh what is the couple of bad apples in these managerial positions. That said, in fairness to the boycotts, sometimes it's not always about, say, money made or developer passion. It's about maybe preventing the next thing down the line, right? Maybe the boycott doesn't really affect this game or its success, but you could argue that with all the pressure Portkey Games Avalanche have come under, that are they going to want to make another Harry Potter game despite any success that comes in there? There is a human condition to all of that, and that's where I particularly think the boycott can be effective. When you look at
It's why I always said people are going to vote with their wallets. And with all of this stuff, you vote with your wallet. Fallout 76 was largely considered to be a commercial flop. And that's because people voted with their wallets. If it still sold well, they would just do that again. Like, they wouldn't give a crap. Same with like Skyrim Anniversary Edition and consistently re-releasing Skyrim. They do it because they can get away with it and people still buy it. In that case, people didn't vote with their wallets. They teased Bethesda over it, but people are still buying it time and time again. So with this, Hogwarts Legacy is going to sell ridiculously well. And as a result, Warner Brothers is going to be like, okay, well, yeah, there was outrage on Twitter, but we made so much money from Hogwarts Legacy. Who gives a crap? Who cares? We're just going to deal with it and put it up. And I think they have the right attitude, and specifically dealing with these types of trolls and people calling for the boycotts, where you just don't frankly respond to it. You just, okay, whatever. You know, you just don't acknowledge it. And I think that's the best way to handle it. I really do. I think that that's the only way to reasonably deal with it without insanity. So I think that they're going to make a sequel. And I think they probably have already been greenlit. They're looking at the pre-order numbers and they're like, yeah, we're going to be swimming in it. Swimming in the money. What did I do wrong here? Hold on. Okay. This goes here. Oh, it's because this keeps dropping in. Nope, that's not why. Come on, you.
at Hogwarts Legacy, I think truly, love it or hate it, you can admit that this game looks like effort was poured into it. That's what called me in. Again, I was pretty steadfast on not liking Harry Potter. I gave it its shot. I tried the movies. I even tried some of the games growing up, and I think I tried to like it just because, you know, you want to fit in a little bit. I wasn't really always giving in to peer pressure, don't get me wrong, but like, you know, Harry Potter was this cool thing that people were talking about. You want to be in on that type of fun stuff. And so, yeah, like I tried, but even then I couldn't. So to me, Hogwarts Legacy pulling me in as just a good looking game, I think does say something about its quality since it goes against my general taste. Like I've even tried reading the books before. Nothing really clicked when it came to this series. So while my taste may differ to yours, to me, it's a testament to the quality of the game because wow, it's actually making me interested and I don't really care about this universe at all. But again, it comes back to that lacking consistency. There are so many terribly run companies with terrible people within them that we do know about. And sometimes ignorance is bliss. I think a lot of people don't consider the things we don't know about, the games we love and the beliefs held by people that are away from seeing eyes. It's a really scary thought, don't get me wrong, but it's something that we don't consider. And I think when we're quickly boycotting everything, even if it's justifiable or not, and eventually we start boycotting every differing take under the sun. This is aside from J.K. Rowling, which I understand is much more contentious. This is a separate subject here where what I...
Note. Sorry, Maddie. I paused it at the wrong time. Yeah, I don't know. It does start to collapse. Come on, Luke. Get it up, lad. Oh, Maddie, that's your real name. Finish the god dang series. Peer pressure. I like Harry Potter so much, and I was not allowed to watch it as a kid, and I didn't get to engage with it in my youth. And I'm a little bitter about it because I think I would have loved it as a kid. And so to hear somebody like Maddie come along with this disrespect, it's just infuriating. No, but like I do get it. It's not for everybody, and not everybody has to like it. I don't understand how you could be like, I don't really like it, but well, I mean, whatever. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you know what? I don't think you're right. You know? What keyboard am I using? This is a GMMK Pro. So this is like a starter keyboard for people who want to get into customizing their own mechanical keyboards. So if you look up Glorious, G as in gorilla, MMK as in kangaroo, and Pro. Look this up. You can get it. It comes with a really nice aluminum body. You can order whatever switches you want for however you like your keys to feel. Custom back plates, whatever keys and key toppers and keycaps you want. and it's just really, really good. It's a really solid keyboard. This is my first one ever. I kind of started with these easy all-in-one kits, so I started with this one. And I think in the future, I'll eventually replace this one that I used for the streaming PC. I'll replace it with a custom mechanical keyboard as well. I just, I don't need it right now, so I'm just vibing, but I really like it. You never let me build you a nice custom mechanical keyboard. I mean, I'd be down to do that. I could commission you to make it. My favorite are the thonky keyboards, the ones that make the good, like, I don't even know how to make this sound, like that kind of thonk sound when you type on the keys. I love those. Like, if you've ever seen that video that, I forget his name, but he does videos on YouTube of custom mechanical keyboard customization, and he was hired and commissioned by Tfue to make his custom keyboard, and good God almighty, that thing is Gucci. Rocky, what did I miss? I'm so sorry. What did I miss? Oh, it's all the way up there. Hold on. Also, side note, the Last of Us show watch party poll is so divisive. I find that really surprising. I thought it'd be overwhelmingly like, hell yeah, let's do it. I'm genuinely surprised that it's divisive. It's like we would just hop on Discord in a voice chat and then hit play all at the same time, or screen share or something. And amazingly enough, people are like kind of torn. What mouse would you recommend for gaming? I like the G903. I like this one, but it's mainly because I've used it for a long time, so I'm used to it. It's a little heavier. But the other ones that are really good are those super lightweight ones. I think it's like Aerix or Aerox or something like that. But look up the lightest mouse in the world, lightest gaming mouse, and you'll find it. I think it's like $75. But I've used that one for a little bit, and that one is real sexy. Aerox, yeah, I think that's what it is. It's got like the cutouts, so your hand, like the air breathes underneath your palm, and it's very, very light. It's really good. And what chair is this? This is the Secret Lab Assassin's Creed Special Edition chair. And as you see on the back of it, it even has custom embroidered stitching of all of the Assassin's Creed games, different logos and stuff. Super, super cool. Super cool.
I've noticed is sometimes when someone has a differing view in the industry, and I consider myself a more progressive person, but when I see someone with a differing view of mine, I see them typically getting the boot out of their industry. And even if I sit there and go, well, I disagree with what they said there, I feel like we're slowly stripping away the ability to critically think as a society, thanks to social media. But in the games industry especially, I think we're still in our infancy in a lot of ways where, you really got to think about how quickly people get the boot here. Again, separate from Hogwarts Legacy, but collectively, there is a lacking consistency in how we approach the bad actors in and around our industry. And unfortunately for those boycotting, like I said at the top of the video, the game is a runaway success, if anything.
Yeah, and I get what Maddie's saying here for sure. But there is the perception that we cancel people probably a little too quickly. And while I think that people do it for with good intentions, they do it because they want to keep bad people from having a voice, which I can understand, I guess. I think a lot of the time it ends up causing more harm than good, because I think I've gone back and forth on this. I'm okay with, say, censoring horrible misinformation. Like the people on Twitter who tell you drinking bleach can cure cancer. I'm not okay with that being pushed out. And for sick people who are desperate to see that, I think that causes a lot more harm than good, to allow that to go out. So I can understand censoring that, because that's going to harm a lot of people. And at that point, I think you're actively harming people. So I don't consider that free speech, because you're harming people. I don't find having a differing opinion to be harming people. If you're acting on it and you're like, hey, let's go riot for this or that, then you're going to be harming people and their property and things. But I don't think just having an opinion that you disagree with is harming you. And I think that that's the big mistake that's been made, is that people have conflated disagreements with harm, and that's not the case. You can disagree and you're not being harmed. Okay. But I had a college professor who tried very hard to argue with me and tell me, in a moral philosophy class, I was the only student that really was not taking the crap. And I was like, I just don't frankly buy that like being told by somebody that, say, your political view is stupid, or being told that your take on some issue is a bad take. I don't buy that is violence. And they said words are violence. And I was like, we just disagree. If you're going to say that words are violence, then we just disagree. Like that's all it is. I just don't think it's violence to disagree with somebody. But I can see how if you thought that it was violence, all of a sudden, all of this behavior makes a lot of sense, right? Like all of a sudden it comes together. It's like, oh, that's why they're demanding cancellations and stuff. Because they view statements from like J.K. Rowling to be violence because the words can incite violence and can do that type of thing. I have not seen anything I'm open to see it, but I've not seen anything she said that I would consider inciting violence. Might be out there. I just haven't seen it. I don't know.
That we've seen in the sales charts is to go off of. Like I said, #1 selling game on Steam right now, #1 selling game on PlayStation 5, the biggest next-gen console as it stands, and then #2 on the Xbox. Really, really crazy to see. Remember the last time we saw this was probably Cyberpunk, where the pre-orders were just clearing out everyone else, and it was at the point where Cyberpunk made all of its money back before the game even released, so everything afterwards was raw profit. That's a rarity in today's industry, where game development is more expensive than ever and extremely risky. So what this conveys to me, while we don't know if it's already a profitable success, by the way, it conveys to me that people are ready to support this. A lot of folks aren't even aware of the issue, and I think it does need some look.
Yeah, I will say we should clarify that. Just because it's breaking all these sales records and is so far doing very, very well doesn't mean that it's profitable. It can still be losing money, because you've seen those pictures and videos of like the marketing campaign they've been doing for this game. They are pouring money into the marketing for this. It's everywhere. And as we get closer to launch, it's going to be everywhere even more. And I think it's because they're seeing that this game does really, really well with casual gamers who don't play many games and maybe play like 1 or 2 games a year. They have dispensable income or disposable income, and they are just looking for something to entertain themselves with. And then they see this and they're like, oh yeah, I'll buy that. So they go out, they buy a PS5, they buy this and that for it. And I think this game is going to do very, very well with that demographic. And so they're pouring money into advertising so that those people see that it exists. And so I think it's going to be profitable. I don't know if they'll ever come out and say, yeah, we made a butt ton of money on this, but we don't know if it's yet profitable.
Looking at in how effective a boycott is in our industry, I think it would be more effective if it was more selective. I think a lot of people become passionate, and in this case, I totally get why. In other cases, I don't. I see people pushing for boycotts for less serious subject matter.
There's Sophie,
and
she was
they
in
lose
here.
Their weight because there are just so many for every little nook and cranny and change demanded that, hey, if we show this many people want it, will this effectively get what we want? To round out the conversation, you can do what you want, right? I was not here to convince you of anything. I just think as a industry, we need to really look at how we tackle these controversies, because if you are a website pulling out from Hogwarts Legacy, then by your logic, you should be pulling out of Activision. You should even be pulling out of Ubisoft because of all of their poor leadership. You should be pulling out of maybe even From Software, given the Tencent investment. I think there's just a lot of invisible problems that are either unknown or unacknowledged, I think is more likely. And it's very selective on what gets pushed out to the side and what doesn't. And it emboldens a group of people that you're likely trying to shut down who would just buy the game out of spite. They're like, well, I'm going to buy 8 copies now. It's like, okay, I mean, your money, man, but okay. And I just feel like, again, the Streisand effect is well, really in full effect here and now. So I just wanted to talk a bit about what's going on with Hogwarts Legacy, the controversy, the drama surrounding it, and just throw my 2 cents in there. You know, it's a game that I think looks fantastic. I think it looks like Portkey Games has really tried. Avalanche has really tried here. And I'm really interested in diving into this and seeing if this is a game that actually makes me care about the Harry Potter IP to at least one extent or the other. But that's enough from me. Certainly.
Watch the damn movies, Maddie. Call me up. We'll have a movie night. We'll do it on Discord. We'll watch it together. Because it's ridiculous. Hasn't seen the movies yet. Unbelievable. I mean, all told, I generally, I think, agree with what Maddie's saying. I don't think he said anything that was too outrageous there. It was a pretty straightforward take, besides coming out and saying he hasn't seen the movies, which, I mean, if he doesn't get canceled for this video, I don't know what will. But as for all of the other stuff, I mean, the general argument that he's making is just, if you're going to be consistent, you have to cancel everything. And the people that are calling for boycotts are not canceling everything, and they're being very inconsistent with it. So clearly they aren't taking this super seriously. And so you probably shouldn't either, which I think is actually I think that's a fairly cohesive argument against the boycotts, because it's like even the diehard people are not being consistent here. So why should we be like pressed to do the same thing, right? So I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you guys convinced and compelled by the boycotting stuff? I did a survey, actually. I asked a lot of people on Twitter, and I was like, do you guys think that this actually is fair? Do you think it's fair to boycott? And what do you think of all of this? And in general, the overwhelming majority were like, lol, no, I'm going to still buy it, and I don't care. And some people even spun it back and said, I am actually more compelled to buy the game after the rage from these very vocal people, maybe you call them advocates, maybe you'd call them protesters. I don't know what you call them, but a lot of people are actually finding it more compelling to buy it after this outrage, because they just want to spite the advocates out there who are calling for the boycotts. And that's what Maddie's referring to with the Streisand effect. I think it's going to probably have the opposite reaction or opposite effect, where people are going to go out and buy it more, and it's going to do even better because it's in the headlines more. There's no such thing as bad press. And a lot of the time when you're just talking about the game this much, it's just getting free advertising. And frankly, if the argument that these people are making just boils down to boycott the game or you're a bad person, people are not going to find that compelling. And they're going to just be like, screw you. You don't tell me what I should and shouldn't do. And they're going to say, screw it. And the game's going to do incredibly well in spite of all of this. And they're going to be like, oh, see, so all of gaming is horrible. The whole community is awful. Proof positive. And it's like, well, I'm not entirely sure that that's the case, but I mean, I think that it's just, I think there should be another piece to support this. This doesn't feel like it's super well supported, but I guess that is just what it is. It's just supported on like one edge. Huh, okay, well, not how I would have designed it. Whatever, Apple. Not Apple, Lego. Why did I say Apple? We need more of this. So, all told, as I said, if you want to boycott, you feel the ethical and moral obligation, you should. More power to you. Do it. I will defend you to my viewers and say, listen, they're following their moral and ethical convictions. That's a noble thing to do. And that's a lot more than a lot of people do with things they believe in. So props. I'm proud of you for doing that. However, if you come along and you're trying to imply that people are bad or toxic for supporting these things and for buying the game anyways, then I think you're just being you're trying to flex your virtue on us. And at that point, I question your true motivations, and I start to doubt whether or not you're in this for the right reasons, whether or not you're calling for the boycotts for the right reasons. And I start to believe pretty quickly that you're just doing this for quick brownie points on social media. So if you want to be convincing, like if you're somebody watching this and you say, no, I think people this is a real problem. As I said, try to harness the excitement and the fact that people are going to buy it anyways and turn it into something good. Do a stream or a fundraiser. Be like, okay, if you're going to buy Hogwarts Legacy to support the devs and play this game you've been excited for a long time, do it. But maybe throw $5 to this charity while you're at it. Maybe, do a stream and then raise money through the stream for a charity that's good. Turn it into something good. Take it and flip it if that's where you stand. And I think that's what we'll do. In my critique and my reviews and stuff, we'll raise money for good charities and try to turn this into something good. And that's what we'll do. But all told, it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. But I think Hogwarts Legacy is going to do gangbusters, and I don't think these boycotts are going to have any effect whatsoever. Yes, a PC sponsor, Apex PCs. Yes, yes. The new one, we were supposed to launch this partnership back in November, but then 4090s disappeared and you couldn't get any of them. And then they recalled a bunch of them because some of them were starting fires. And it's just been one thing after another. But apparently the PC is in the final stages. They're packing it up and they'll be shipping it off hopefully this week, hopefully. And maybe I'll get it early next week and we can unbox it on stream, set it up. It will go here. This will probably turn into the new streaming PC, but I will take the opportunity next week. I would guess I will probably take a day off of stream next week so that I can effectively take everything out clean and then put the whole studio back together because it's been like a year and a half, 2 years since I cleaned out and pulled everything out. So I'll probably take that opportunity then. But what are you going to do? Will yours have a fire feature? Yes. I asked specifically for that. I was like, can I have the self-destruct button? Like the button I press and then it goes up in flames? Can I do that? I'll buy the game. I don't hate or discriminate against any group of people. I just don't think it comes to play when making my purchasing decisions. Yeah, and I think the simple thing is that you're not a bad person for that. I think that's fair. See, he misses the pay the mod messages. I'm still waiting for Discord to release their thing for paid mods. I asked them, I had a conference call with Discord. Like some of the business guys behind Discord, we had a conference call. Maybe, I don't know, I would guess it was a couple months ago. And they said, our most commonly requested feature is the ability to raise money for mods. So mods are like gauged on time spent in the server. And then they take a general pool of money that can be like pledged or tributed or donated to the mods. And then Discord will distribute that based on activity to the mods. So the more active mods get more pay, blah, blah, blah. Or you can manually override it. So head mods make more or whatever. And they still haven't done it. But they said they're working on it. But it's still coming. Okay, so Rocky, after that thing where I said like, time will tell. It'll be interesting to see how this game does, blah, blah, blah. So we'll cut there and then we'll come in to this next bit where we're going to talk a little bit about the leaks. Okay, so we'll come in right here. But okay, so there were also some leaks over the weekend. Sorry, not the weekend. But okay, there were also some leaks the last couple of days with regards to Hogwarts Legacy, specifically with regards to art. There were some art book details that came out, a bunch of screenshots of the art book basically. And in the art book, they describe a couple of different things. So this one I wouldn't consider a major spoiler, but I'll just show it to you and I guess you can be the judge. I do not consider this a spoiler. It's basically a picture of the character screen where you'll be able to customize your outfit, broom, headwear, stuff like that. And it looks just like the shot from, honestly, most recent Assassin's Creed games. It looks very, very similar to that. With the gloves, you can customize your wand, face, headgear, outfit, robe, and cloak, neckwear, flying mount, and broom. So you can swap all these things out. This will be interesting because the fact that there's a dedicated slot for your wand, I find interesting. So are you going to be able to have multiple wands? I don't think that makes sense. So maybe it's just here so you can see it when you customize it visually. I don't know, but it's interesting that they have this placed here. As for everything else, we've already seen all of these tabs, and we've discussed these before. You see level 14, so it's going to be built out with a leveling system, just like we saw before. So that's pretty standard. This next thing I'm going to click on is going to be a picture of what is believed to be the in-game map. So if you don't want to see this, just don't look at the screen, okay? You can still listen, because that won't spoil it. But this is allegedly a picture of the in-game map. And as you see here, So top, opposite bottom, Hogwarts by Joshua Black. Right, early world map by Sebastian Gallego. So this is apparently an early map they made for the game. So it won't look exactly like this, but it's similar. And this is a pretty big map. If it comes out to anywhere near this size, it's pretty bold. It looks like the fan-made map. Yeah, not that far off, really. It's honestly kind of impressive. So what I believe we're seeing is like right here, I think that's supposed to be Hogwarts Castle. Right there. And then this goes off to the coast. Hogsmeade, I'm guessing, is right here. And then here's all the forests and things. And then off here is the snowy areas. But all told, it looks pretty bold. Looks like there's a lot here. And then somebody said this. I'm sure someone can do a better job, but I think this is where that map we saw early on lines up with this map. So somebody leaked this and said that this was a copy of the in-game map from early on. I don't know if that's a one-to-one, but I mean, pasted here, I would buy that. That looks pretty accurate in terms of spacing and tie-in. But it really gives you perspective of like how big this is. Because if this is a little hut, then this is like a few houses and a village and all this stuff, and then the rivers and stuff. And then you look at it on the scale of this, it's a pretty hefty map. Pretty hefty. So we will see. As for other leaks, so some information dropped. Like this is a visual. This is just a screenshot from the art book. Same with this little screenshot of Hogsmeade. Concept art of Hogsmeade, rather. And it looks pretty solid. I mean, this is gorgeous. As for other leaks, it also came out about the game's potential length. According to some, let me get the exact numbers here. I don't want to mistake it. Hold on. Hogwarts Legacy leaks. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I want to get the length news correct. I don't want to misstate it. So I guess we'll cut this little stalling bit out, Rocky, just so I can come off as more coherent, right? Okay, so according to this leak, again, I'm going to mention it for the next like 15 seconds. So if you don't want to hear how long the game is, I guess go on mute. I don't think many people will care because it's usually mentioned in reviews anyways. But according to these leaks, mute now, the playtime is roughly estimated to be about 35 hours. And according to the leakers, a completionist run will take around 70. However, they have said that there are specific quests and different things to do based on which house you are in. And so if that's true, it would mean that you would need to complete runs of all 4 houses in order to get the platinum. So a full completionist run is probably closer to like 200 hours because you'd have to go through the game 4 times. And if that's true, that's ridiculous. Proto, another leaker, said the original length is 70 hours base and 100 plus hours for 100%. Honestly, I would guess most people's time in the game is going to be between 75 and 100. And the reason I think that is because this game allegedly has a one-to-one recreation of Hogwarts. I mean, I think that's not even alleged at this point. They've shown walkthroughs and it looks to be a one-to-one recreation. And if that is the case, a lot of people are going to spend 10 to 20 hours just exploring. Going and checking out the nooks and crannies and all sorts of stuff. And so I think that's going to inflate the time for a lot of people. I would love to know if they have stats that they'll be collecting on like how much time is spent just doing nothing, just walking around. I would love to see those stats because I think a ton of people are going to do that. Maybe there's a way to change houses mid-game. I don't think so. I don't know how they would do it. So I doubt it. I think you'd have to do separate runs. Oh, I get worried when games go above 20 hours in terms of repeating missions and enemies. Yeah, I'm also, I mean, you got to be cautious because it could go either which way. But with this, to me, I think it implies a pretty hefty main story, which I'm okay with. I expected this to be a small, short game. Yeah, kind of me too, especially because this studio previously, they've only done like kids games that are very small. So to hear that they're making something massive like this is pretty impressive. Was it confirmed that this is the first legit Unreal 5 game? I don't think so. I think it's Unreal 4. I thought it was Unreal 4. I don't know. Have they said that? No, Hogwarts Legacy was not designed using the Unreal Engine 5 engine system. Instead, Unreal Engine 4 was most likely used since the game's development started as early as 2018. The game's availability on both previous and current generation consoles further proves that UE4 was used for this particular title. Yeah, because I don't think UE5 works with Unreal or with like PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. So I don't think you could build it in that. Hopefully PC isn't shit that. Yeah, I've not seen the game, but I will say this year or last year, I guess, in the last 6 months, the two biggest Unreal Engine 4 games we got were horribly broken on PC at launch. So if I were you, I don't know anything you don't, okay? I don't have secret knowledge. I'm not leaking this. I'm not doing anything like that. If I were you, I would probably, if you have the option, play the game on console first. Because history has shown you are much more likely in an Unreal Engine 4 game to have major problems on PC than on PS5, if you can play there. So I would say if you can play on the PS5, probably play on the PS5. I will be playing on both. I will have a PS5 copy that we'll be playing on. I think Nikki will be playing on that one mostly. We're going to do a little test. Nikki's going to help me. She's going to be playing through on a Ravenclaw playthrough, and I'll be playing through probably on a Slytherin playthrough because I want to see how they compare, especially because this is about dark magic and being evil and having that option. And I want to see if it's different playing Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. And also, apparently, there are entire missions, according to some leaks, that have not been confirmed. Okay, so this is pure rumor and speculation. But according to some people, Ravenclaw saw some cuts to its questing. So there are like specific quests for each house, and apparently Ravenclaw saw some cuts. That's what one leaker said. It's not confirmed. Might be true, might be a lie, but that's why we're going to test it, because I want to see if there's separate quests related to each house that maybe Ravenclaw got screwed out of. But I don't know. Yeah, Avada Kedavra is also, just according to the leaks, this is no surprise. I predicted this like 6 months ago because it only makes sense. Apparently, Avada Kedavra is only available to players to learn after the events of the main story when you're in the end game and just kind of screwing around. That makes sense to me because Avada Kedavra, if you could use it just casually in the main quest, like in theory, it would ruin most boss fights. Like it would just ruin it. So it makes sense that you can't just use it willy-nilly. And that's for me more of a reflection of like it being a video game. They have to make some decisions like that. So I'm okay with it. I know some people might be upset, but for me, I'm totally okay with that. It does make the Dark Arts Arena kind of suck because it makes it feel like it's the only place most players will get a chance to use it. But I mean, it's whatever. What topic are we on for Hogwarts Legacy? We were just talking about some of the leaks that came out. Some of the leaks. Somebody once told me Hogwarts Legacy was going to roll me. So we will see about that. As for other little tidbits that leaked, it's really, really tough to know what's true and what isn't. Let's see. Some of the things people have been like frustrated about. Be weary on screen in some of this text. You might like you might consider these extra spoilerific. Let me just say this. This next bit it would classify as a spoiler. Quote, in the Reddit post, author Spheromancer, I guess, states that there are multiple Merlin puzzles to solve. By the way, I joked around saying that we would say in our videos, we'd call him Mervin for like the whole runtime of the video and just to trigger Harry Potter fanboys. And then at the end, just be like, I got you. Trolled you. I don't know if we'll end up doing it, but I think it'd be really, really funny to just call him Mervin. And then like every time we reference him, slightly mispronounce it differently. So Mervin, Morlin, Marlin, Molin, you know, we just every time we say it, it's a little screwed up. Melvin. Yeah, I think it would be really funny if we just slightly screwed it up for the whole video. And by the end of it, it just starts to get ridiculous, you know, Moilerin or, you know, Moiguar. And just see if they start to buy into it by the end of it. If you weren't doing YouTube stuff, what edition would you buy? I wouldn't be pre-ordering it. I'd be waiting for reviews because this one, there's a lot of red flags with it that I'm skeptical of. I still think it looks really, really good. And if I had to bet money, I would bet that it ends up really good. But I'm not a betting man, so I'm not going to bet 60, 70 bucks if I don't have to. But because it's a game that I need to cover for the channel, I'll be most likely getting a review code. And review codes, they always send the cream of the crop code. So they send the best edition with all the DLC and everything else. Sorry, as okay, I'll be real quick, Lizzie. I'll be real quick. Okay, real quick to go through this. Not everything in the leak is good news, with some information pointing to cut content that may be set aside for DLC. There's also information regarding a decrease in the size map. While some of the information isn't the best news, there's still plenty to look forward to and great voice cast that was brought in for the game. Yeah, so basically, according to the leaks, about 25% of the map was cut during development for sake of scope. So that picture we looked at that showed the screenshot of what's alleged to be the map, it's implied that Luke's about to lose a good chunk of change, but it's implied that there's going to be the map's going to be smaller than that. It's been cut and changed, so that's one thing to note. As for other things, it's also been implied that there were cuts to the Ravenclaw questline, like I mentioned. I don't know if that's true. This could be lies. It could be all made up. Some of it could be made up. Some of it could be true. We will find out. We will see. Buy me games. Easy. Smaller scope. Good. Yes. That, like I said, I'm okay with them announcing smaller scope. I think that's okay. Because it shows that they are willing to focus on quality over just pumping out quantity. So I'm okay with that. This is the other piece, and we're gonna be combining these real quick, okay? These are gonna go together. Okay, so I think it'll go like this. Come on, you. That looks good to me. Okay. And then 2 long and 2 wides. Okay. So, with all of this, there's nothing that startling. And honestly, I think if Hogwarts Legacy was going to end up being like a total disaster, we probably would have heard more concerning things as of right now. We were starting to see some really concerning stuff with Callisto Protocol. You guys can vouch for me, okay? You guys, I'm going to rely on you. Because you guys know I was saying in the weeks leading up to Callisto Protocol that the really bizarre stutters we saw in the gameplay that they revealed was concerning. Because I was like, if they're showing that in their best carefully captured footage, what does their bad footage look like? And sure enough, there were lots of problems. So I just want to say that, I called that, but the point is it was pretty easily visible. It was easy to see. But with Hogwarts Legacy, we haven't seen anything like that. And so maybe it just sucks and they've hidden it really well. Or maybe it actually does. It actually is going to turn out pretty good. I don't know. Let's see. Sanuku. Hey, Luke, how are you doing today? Very well. Did you ever check out the clip I sent you on Discord? Remind me which clip it was. Because I might. I just am not sure. I watch a lot of clips on Discord, so I'm not entirely sure. But if you offer me a little something to jump off of, I will probably be able to tell you. But thank you for the $5. Very generous. Are you excited for the third South Park game? It was announced last year and THQ is making it instead of Ubisoft. Yeah, no, I'm whatever they do. I'm very much intrigued. It's funny because Matt Stone and Trey Parker, they've always said every time they do a game, they're like, it was way easier to make a Broadway show. Way easier. Why did we do this? We're never doing this again. Then they made the second game. They're like, oh yeah, no, that was horrible. We're never doing this again. Game development is a nightmare. And then they are apparently doing another one. So we're gonna see. But I'm down for it. I love those games. Like, they're not great, but they're fun. You know, it's just outrageous. Ooh, groovy. Sinugu, thank you. Hold on, is it loading?
Sinuku donated $5 through Super.
Oh, now it goes off.
Hey, Luke,
now it goes off.
Did you ever
the foam falling from your head. Oh yeah. No, that was ridiculous. That was hilarious. What are the odds of that? Why? Oh, it's because they have it flipped. Okay. I was like, oh my god, it doesn't look the same. I ruined it. No, it's just flipped. Okay, this goes here. I love that there's like little things they have you do in step like 13. And you're like, how is that going to have anything to do with this? And then it all comes back together and ties together. Well. There's that piece. It didn't click in right. And so now I'm going to try to pull it out. Okay. Did I build it right? Yeah. But it's supposed to go in flat, and it didn't go in flat. There we go. Okay, that's right. Okay, we're okay. We're gonna make it. Lego in a nutshell. Yeah. Right as I'm like, oh, this is so cool, and then it falls apart. Okay. Yeah, time to rebuild it. Dude, you have no idea. Like, because all of these little things, like they'll have you set up a little post that the little grabber piece has to click into, and that holds these little pieces together that ties the whole ship together. So if you misplace that by one square or one unit or whatever, the whole thing won't click together. And it, like, if I did that way down here, like early on in the process, I don't know what I would do. I'd be screwed. Thank you, Stenoka, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Luke, have you heard that Mark Hamill will not return as the Joker? I don't buy, so I don't put a lot of weight into that. Maybe I buy it, maybe I don't buy it. I don't put a lot of weight into that because they also said repeatedly, very publicly, that he would not be returning as the Joker in Batman Arkham Knight. They said he had retired. You guys remember they did like a whole media post. They said it in the media interviews. They're like, no, Mark Hamill is not returning as the Joker. He's not returning. So stop asking. And so repeatedly he said that. Okay, then this. Okay. So I don't put a lot of weight into that. Might be true, but they also lied before for the sake of the cool reveal when that happened. Because that moment when you first see Joker in Arkham Knight was really cool. And if they had told us beforehand that he was going to be in the game, I don't think it would have been as cool. So I'm okay with how they did that. Get a TikTok Joker account. I'm sure that'd be fine. A TikTok Joker account? I think I missed something. Yeah, the Forspoken the Forspoken PC specs. That was kind of, I don't know, I saw people kind of freak out about it. I didn't find it that outrageous. I I talked about this on Discord. For those of you not aware, I'm trying to be very active in Discord before streams start. So like for the 30 minutes or so before the stream starts, I'm over in our Discord just chatting with you guys. And this morning we were talking about it. And the thing is, I think people are generally upset about the stuff going on with Forspoken's PC specs because the game doesn't look that good. And that's what's upset them more. More than anything. Like, I think it's okay for a video game to be demanding graphically, especially it's 2023. So it's okay if a game comes out and has really demanding PC specs. I think that's okay. But Forspoken doesn't look that good. And so that's what people are more upset about. It's just that it's got these demanding PC specs and it doesn't even look very good, especially in play and in practice. It just kind of looks graphically blah. And so people are like, okay, well, it's graphically demanding, but it doesn't really look like it should be. It really doesn't. So I think that's more what the frustration is that it's not very pretty. As for everything else, I don't have a problem with like a 4080 being required for Ultra at 4K. I think that's fine. A 4080 is a top-of-the-line card. So if you want top-of-the-line graphics, you need a top-of-the-line card. That makes sense to me. I don't see the scandal with that. But when the game demands a 4080 and it doesn't look like it needs a 4080, that's where the problem comes in. And I think that's what people have a problem with, is that the game really doesn't look good enough to justify the crazy high specs that have come out for it. Yeah, and the AMD and NVIDIA difference is weird too. Yeah, and I think more than anything, the game doesn't look like it's going to be optimized very well. And that's usually an indication, the difference between AMD and NVIDIA, when it's pretty stark. Like, you need say, I don't know if this is a directly comparable thing, but let's say you need an $800 NVIDIA card, but you need a $1,200 AMD card or vice versa. That should tell you, like for the same performance, that should tell you something's off with optimization. Whereas if it's pretty tied in, pretty similar, then you should be okay. So I agree. I don't think this is going to be a very well optimized game if I were putting money on it. But across the board, I don't get what this game is supposed to be. It's also huge. It's like very, very graphically demanding. So I just don't really, I don't know, man. The whole game is weird to me. I keep trying to figure it out. I keep trying to piece it together. Like, what am I missing? Like, because this seems like a pretty robust game. They're putting a lot of money into it. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know. Oh, good. You also DM'd me about the flamethrower. Good. Awesome. That's great. I have to catch up on all my DMs. I'm behind. Yesterday was my day to fill out tax information. Super fun. And I accidentally paid my federal taxes twice. I wired, I basically like scheduled the payment and I hit submit and then it just spun and spun and spun and spun and spun. And so I refreshed the page and then resubmitted it. It apparently went through the first time. And so I accidentally scheduled twice. I should have backed out all the way, checked to see if it had submitted and then done it again. If it hadn't, but I didn't do that, and I accidentally submitted the tax payment twice. So it's not a big deal. Like, they'll refund the money, but it's going to be probably like a month or two before I get that money back. And I didn't need to. So like a huge chunk of change for last quarter's taxes, I paid twice. It's just like, oh my God, that's so stupid. Why? Why do all the bad things always happen to me? Taxes are high enough. The American tax system is so strange from the perspective of an Australian. Yeah, I will grant you, it's a little weird. I manually pay my taxes because I have all of my stuff set up through a business. So I'm basically an employee of that business, and then I get paid through the business. So all of the money from YouTube goes into the business and blah, blah, blah. So it's pretty straightforward. It protects me legally, and then it also helps me with looking like I have a real job, because if I ever go to a bank to ask for like a loan or a mortgage or something, they think that YouTubers are basically homeless people. They don't think of us as having like a real job, because let's be real, this whole thing is really weird, and I kind of get why they don't take it super seriously. But they just don't take you seriously as a potential person to lend money to. So I have to play their game and give myself a W-2 and do all of that stuff, and it's just tedious and annoying. I end up having to pay more in taxes to do it this way so that I look like a real boy to the bank, which is dumb, but you know what? It's well above my pay grade, so I can't change it. I can't change the fact they look at me and think that I'm homeless. Get a real job, loser. You're telling me you used to have a real job working in commercial real estate and you left to make videos on video games? God, your life sucks. I'm living the dream, dude. Suck it. Might not be able to get a mortgage easily, but at least I'm living the dream. Thanks to you guys, of course. Anyway, so let's move on to the next topic. I feel like we've blasted through Hogwarts Legacy enough. You guys are probably, hopefully, not getting too sick of it, but let's blast through this and tackle this one by one. So, Atomic Heart. They just revealed the final preview. This is from IGN. They were given exclusive early access to play the game for an extended period of time. Extended! And they apparently are pretty impressed. So we're going to watch this, check out what this game looks like. I've said for a while this game looks fire. And I'm very, very excited. Yeah, right. 25, married, kids, paid to play video games. Yeah, it must really suck to be you. That's what I don't get. Like, those bankers treat you like, are you okay? Like, they really treat you as though something went wrong in your life. And you're like, no, I'm living the dream. Like, this is a dream come true. Literally, there were days when I dreamt about this one day being my life, and now it is. Thanks to you guys, so thank you. But they don't think of you as like a real person. They're like, but you don't have like a real job though. No, like I guess not. Okay, well then we're not gonna. Sorry, leave. Bye. It's just weird. It's weird. This is important. Oh, is it the? Hold on. I have to unfull screen my whole thing. Hold on. And then chat has to catch up. Why does YouTube do that? Like every time you switch tabs after being off of the tab with the live chat for a while, it spends 30 seconds slowly ticking back up. It's really annoying. Okay. This is important. Oh yeah, I did see this. I retweeted it, but I haven't made a video or anything on it. Ubisoft CEO to pushes staff to go on strike. Here's why the company is scrapping and delaying titles. Yeah, for those of you who missed it, basically Yves Guillemot, the CEO of Ubisoft, he came out and said that the ball was in the employees' court, basically. This was up to them to save the studio. They needed to do it. And it was really bold because the reason that Ubisoft is in trouble is not because of the employees, it's because of the management. And so his comments suggesting that, nope, it's on them. You guys have to save this. Dear God, my phone will not shut up. I love my family group chat, but I'm gonna mute the family group chat because they will not stop. Mute. Sorry, fam. Love you dearly, but anyway, so that's a whole thing that's going on, and I'm glad to see that the employees are like, no, screw you, dude. Like, the reason that we're in trouble is because you wasted $500 million on games that never came out. The reason we're in trouble is because you invested $100 million in Ubisoft Quartz, their NFT platform that went nowhere. Like, this is a management issue. This is not an employee issue. Go F yourself. And I'm glad that they're saying it and they're apparently doing on it. So they're pushing them to strike and say, screw you. This is just going to double down for Yves. Yves Guillemot is going to be like, you see, this is exactly what I was talking about. I know I sound like Steve Martin in The Pink Panther. I'm sorry. To all the French people out there, I'm very sorry, but like that's what is going to happen. It's what's going to happen. So Yves Guillemot is going to feel all the more vindicated in his position that this is the employee's fault with this, and I unfortunately I don't think it's going to do anything. Ubisoft has never woken up to the reality that it's the management. It's the management, stupid. It's the economy, stupid. It's the management, stupid. And I don't think they're going to magically wake up to it now. I think that this is just, Yves Guillemot, I don't think he's ever leaving. I think he's staying there till he dies. And then they're going to replace him with another member of the family and just go from there. And it's stupid and sucks, but there's not much you can do. Not much else you can do. So what are you going to do? Easy 2-minute clip. Yep. Boom. Done. Easy peasy. Thank you, Rocky. I'll also give you links to upload these clips. Well, actually, you should be able to do it with that editor privilege I gave you. So you should be able to upload to the clips channel. So you should be able to do that. But okay, let's see the Atomic Heart gameplay. Let's do this. So this will be a new clip. So this will be the Atomic Heart final preview reaction. Boom, here we go.
Off we go.
Ugh, this tunnel's messed up. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
After nearly 5 years since its stunning announcement trailer, we're now just 1 month away from the launch of Atomic Heart, the strictly single-player first-person shooter that thrusts you into an alternate history Soviet setting and tasks you with taking on an army of angry androids. The good news is that after going hands-on with the first couple of hours of a near-final build of the game, this Bolshevik Bioshock seemed as though it could be well worth the wait. Its superpowered combat, fascinating story, and spectacular setting all appear to be clicking seamlessly into place to form a cohesive whole, blinking into vibrant life like one of its many deadly assembly line creations. The opening moments of Atomic Heart's reportedly 25-hour campaign takes you from the sun-kissed streets of Chalamet City floating high among the clouds, all the way down to the shadowy subterranean depths of the ruined Vavilov facility, where a violent robot uprising has wiped out almost all human workers. Weapons and skills are doled out fairly slowly in this initial stretch, and with only a fireman's axe and limited shells for my shotgun, I found myself favouring stealth wherever possible. So it's just as well that the earliest upgrades you unlock are the abilities to track enemies through walls and shock the dandelion surveillance cameras in order to avoid alarm-raising detection. On the occasion that I did alert a guard to my presence, the stiff challenge presented by Atomic Heart's early enemy types came as a bit of a shock to my system. Or indeed, a system shock, if you prefer. These resilient Terminator types ignore cover in favour of making a beeline to deliver you a beatdown. And even if you manage to circle, strafe and dash in order to create some distance, they're still liable to open up their animatronic maws and blast hot laser death in your direction. I must admit to perishing a few times early on as I got to grips with the rhythms of the weighty melee combat system.
Lol, noob. Dying in a game, can you imagine? I know that this means that when I get the game for a review, they say it takes 25 hours. It'll probably take me like 50 hours. I'll come on stream in the middle of the process and I'll just be sobbing. Guys, I can't finish the game. I suck so bad at it. I can't. Oh.
But that struggle grew into a sense of satisfaction as I unlocked alternate attacks and gradually became more capable of turning these robot Ruskies into sparking shards of Soviet scrap. As I explored deeper into the darkened corners of Atomic Heart's first facility, I was pleasantly surprised by numerous examples of intelligent design. Rummaging through corpses and cabinets for ammo and crafting materials is a cumbersome yet necessary evil in most other first-person shooters. So being able to swiftly vacuum up a room's worth of items with a wave of your AI-enhanced glove, like you're sucking up gold coins from a level in Luigi's Mansion, is a welcome time saver.
You see, something like this, I love, because it's the same thing with like inventory weights. And what I mean by that is, like in a game, ask yourself, why do open world games and exploration games have carrying capacities? Why? You had to put it in there for a reason, or at least you should have, for a reason. What is that reason? Can they explain it to you? Most of the time, there isn't actually a reason beyond, well, it's just kind of a staple of this genre of game that we do that. It's like there should be more of a reason to it than that, I think. There really should be. And honestly, a lot of the time it does just honestly come down to, well, that's just what these kinds of games have. So like Fallout 4, why does it have a carrying capacity? Well, they could say to keep it grounded in the world and to do this, but it's like, if it's to keep it grounded, why are you still able to lug around 15 bazookas? That doesn't make any sense. That's not great. If you wanted it to be grounded, you'd have a carrying capacity of like 30 pounds or 40 pounds. And then you can only carry on top of that like a handful of guns. Like, why are you... It's not to be grounded. So that's not what it is. Like, it's just because you need the limitation. And you say, well, it's so that the player can't just always have items on hand. It's like, well, why would that be a bad thing? Because now they have to travel back to the base, dump all their stuff off, and if they need to craft something with those items, they have to fast travel all the way back, grab the items, craft it, then put all the extra junk back, and then go out. So, like, it doesn't make sense. Why not collect it and then have, like, a courier that you work with? You can send your companion to lug all of the stuff back to base, and then they're gone for, like, an in-game day or something. Why not do something like that? Like, you've got to have reasons for doing this stuff. And for searching these cabinets individually, that is something where it's just been a staple of gaming for a long time. But a lot of the time, I don't think they'd be able to tell you why that's a thing. Like, wait, why do I have to individually search all these cabinets in a world where I could just suck up all this stuff individually? They're like, well, that's just because that's how we've always done it, you know? Well, okay, so Fallout carry weight limitations are so that you have to manage your inventory for survival. It's fun. I totally agree. Some people do find it fun. A lot of other people find it excessively tedious, especially later in the game when you should be having like extra fun to just be at the point where you're like, okay, I want to upgrade fun stats, but I have to throw stats into strength so that I can carry more. Or I just have to consistently chug beers in the game so that I have higher strength so I can carry more. Like, it just, for me at least, it ends up being more tedious than fun. I get that maybe the management of carrying capacity is fun for some people. I find it tedious in most games, personally. But hopefully we can all agree that Resident Evil 7's inventory system was god-awful. They said that carrying system, like to have the 2 blocks for like a gun or the 6 blocks for a gun and then like the 2 blocks for this item, they said that was so that you would have to kind of play Tetris to get your inventory sorted. So it's fun. But then when reviews came out and complained about it, the devs then came out and said, well, actually, the idea was that it would add to the stress of individual moments, because if you pick something up in a desperate panic, you'd be picking it up, but you have to find the space, and it's stressful just to find space in your inventory for it. So it adds to the meta implications of the game's story and world. I'm like, maybe that is what it was designed around. They're like, let's make it intentionally bad so that it's stressful, which will add to it. But that's like the same level of excuse people make when they say, no, the reason that this character controls like ass is because the character doesn't know how to drive the car. So it's part of it. And they, similar stuff was said with like, Kingdom Come Deliverance, where they said the reason the gunplay is so difficult, or gunplay, Jesus, yeah, gunplay is real difficult. It's not even in the game. The reason the sword play was so difficult is because they wanted it to feel like you were starting off with no experience in sword fighting, just like Henry, the main character. And it's like, I get that. I understand that desire, but all it did is it just made the game feel bad to play. Like, so even though that was your intention, I think the negatives outweighed the positives of fulfilling this meta purpose, right? So anyway, we're far more beside the fact.
That's not to say you aren't still rewarded for taking your time to pore over every inch of your surroundings, and I enjoy the occasional optional diversions, like pausing to watch Soviet spins on Looney Tunes cartoons, or to make prank calls in a public phone booth.
Is your refrigerator running?
Yeah! and it's coming to get you, kid.
Ah, crap.
Of course, if you're going to fill your game with mechanical maniacs, then you're going to need a soundtrack that's equally heavy with metal. And as a big Doom fan, I was delighted when composer Mick Gordon's signature detuned guitars and double-kick drums surged through the speakers to accompany a boss fight against a hulking robot wrecking ball that pinballed around the arena like an over-caffeinated chain chomp. Gordon's ability to masterfully pair head-banging riffs with headshots like some sort of first-person shooter sommelier is not to be understated, and Atomic Heart's more intense action sequences are made all the more invigorating as a result of his involvement. While I couldn't get enough of the heavy metal shredding that accompanied the shredding of heavy metal, I'm yet to be completely won over by Atomic Heart's mouthy main star. Agent P3's quips aim for action hero style swagger, but come across as something closer to the repetitive trash talking of a 14-year-old Fortnite fan.
My life.
And given Atomic Heart appropriates so much from the likes of Half-Life 2, Bioshock, and Doom, at times I did find myself wishing it had poached one of their silent protagonists while it was at it.
How do you like that, gearhead? How do you like that, gearhead?
I did at least appreciate the bluntness of your AI partner, Charles.
It was a pleasure serving with you, Major P3. Unfortunately, you are about to be killed.
There's also a slight concern that the wide open spaces in between Atomic Heart's 5 main facilities may be lacking in interesting things to discover. While I definitely enjoyed testing out my electroshock and force slam abilities on groups of patrolling sentries, and then frantically scrambling to take down the repair bots before they could resurrect their tin can comrades, I couldn't help but notice that my surroundings were seemingly populated by the same handful of farmhouses and drivable vehicles in the short amount of time I spent exploring one corner of the overworld. This is in contrast to the opening of the game in Chalamet City, which looks dense with unique detail but can only be experienced in a very linear fashion. That said, even if the open world area does merely serve as a place to blast robotic hordes to bits in order to farm for spare parts to craft with, it seems like there will be enough creativity contained within Atomic Heart's main facilities to sustain the adventure. From underground labs with bodies of water suspended in air that you can swim through in order to quickly evade attackers, and
That's hella trippy.
various puzzle rooms to neatly take advantage of your growing suite of glove-based powers.
What do I do now? Lug this shit to the boiler myself?
My short time with Atomic Heart definitely left me with my curiosity piqued and my pulse racing, and if it can sustain its intrigue and ingenuity for the full length of its journey, it could be something very special indeed. For more previews of upcoming games, check out our hands-ons with Sons of the Forest and Fire Emblem Engage. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. I'm excited for this. I told the dev team back probably October, maybe. I told them, like, can you please put me on the list for, like, review codes and stuff for this, like, yesterday? I'm very excited and very interested in this game. And they're like, oh, yeah, absolutely. But, like, oh, it looks very, very good. It looks very, very good. Oh, I'm excited. I completely zoned out. You're fine. New to me, most people I know universally agree 8 was a better game. Way more like Resident Evil 4. Yeah, I think like 7 compared to 8. 8 was definitely more pop, if that makes any sense. Like, it was designed to be definitely a popular feature meant to appeal to the masses, and I think it did a much better job of that. To the difficulty and chagrin of a lot of other people, I think. Like, it kind of was lackluster in some other ways. I think it failed to double down and do a good job of the action thriller, which is kind of what it turned into, which was a bummer, but all told, I think it was a good game. Look at this. This is cool. So for this piece goes in here. And you see a big black rod. Bigger, blacker rod. And then this, where is it supposed to go? Oh, shoot, look at this. So this is going to attach the bow. You see these little pieces here? This is going to slide in right here and go through those all the way down to there and connect the bow to it. So let's grab the bow and then thread the needle. Let's do it. You ready? Then Luke drops it. Cries. And like, bear in mind, we designed and filled in all of the different layers, so the decks are all built in there. So if I ever want to pull it out and separate them, I can do that. But we've got the boiler room, the pools, the different decks, the dining hall, all of that stuff built in here. And now it is sealed together. Okay. Then with this, which direction do they point? They point back. Okay. That's pretty crazy. That's good. So now, 2/3. We're on our way. We're on our way. It's a little ridiculous. It's a little bit of a ridiculous Lego set. Let's be completely real with ourselves. This is outrageous. Nobody needs this. Whoa, we're 2/3 there. We're getting there. Yeah, it's a little insane. So that right there is probably about 6,000 pieces right there. I don't even know how many pieces. Castle Lego set. So Hogwarts Castle, that thing is 6,000 pieces. This thing is 9,000. So this right here is already the size of that entire castle. That's how freaking huge it is. How do I do this? Here, you guys are gonna see me customize the studio a little bit. This is how we do it. Tippy toes, Luke, tippy toes. So this, hold on. This is one of the lights that's hanging up there. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of these in the studio. One in front of my face right here. One as the backlight, and then one targeted right here. But this thing lights pretty much all of this stuff. And so I'm gonna hang it over here. Don't do this on a spinny chair. Do as I say, not as I do. I swear to God, if I fall, you guys better clip this. Okay. And rotate it. Okay. We're getting there. And then this, gonna move the cord, flip it over, wrap it around so it stays put. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Voila. There we go. That works. And now they're both lit. There we go. I better not be on Wiki feed. What the hell is that? Okay, Okay, yeah, that looks much better. You can actually see the castle. You can see the Titanic. That's good. We now feel closer to you for the butt and foot reveal. Good. Luke, you seem to have made a mistake. The Titanic was some 13,000 feet. Oh, shoot. A solid 7. You guys haven't seen a close-up. I had a piano fall on my foot, my right foot, when I was like 14. We were moving and pushing a piano up a ramp into a moving truck, but the guy that set up the ramp didn't lock it in place, so the whole ramp like collapsed and fell with the piano on top of it. So the weight of the ramp and the piano fell down on my right foot, like on the pinky toe and that bone. And it was painful. I think it broke some of the bones. The doctor did like an x-ray of it, couldn't even see the bone because it was so swelled up. The x-ray didn't penetrate deep enough to be able to see it. That's how swollen it was. And he like cut open my foot and like peeled it back to like help with stuff and like rearrange stuff. It was like a pretty big operation, pretty crazy. And then he asked me, I remember they did that and then came in and was like, so do you ever intend on being a foot model? I was like, no. It's like, okay, because basically like the injury to your nail bed on your pinky toe, it probably will result in the pinky toe growing in at a slight angle. So you'll probably always just have to clip it like super short, and you're probably not getting like toenail polish on your feet. Like it just probably won't work. So it's always going to grow in a little weird. And I was like, okay. He's like, so if you're okay with that, we'll just leave it and let it heal naturally the way it wants to. But if you're concerned about it, we can do like a $10,000 operation and realign the nail bed so it grows out more normal. And I was like, I'm good. Like, I'm good. So now my right pinky toe nail grows in at like a 45-degree angle. So I just have to clip it. So fun fact about Luke. Who knew? Luke, you're safe. You're not on WikiFeet yet. Yeah, it was like I was like, I don't give a crap. Like I said, will it affect my walking or not? And he's like, no. I was like, will I be able to tell? He's like, no, it would just be like if you wanted to grow your pinky toenail out like to a 1/4 inch or whatever it would be for you to paint it and like do stuff with, then you'd have to get this addressed. But if you don't plan on doing that or wearing high heels a lot and stuff like that, then don't worry about it. I was like, okay, well then I'm okay. Like I'm good. I don't care. So yeah, that's my foot story. That's my foot story. But the rest of my foot healed fine. It was, I still remember that night. That night I laid in bed with my little iPod Touch and my foot hurt so bad, all bandaged up and wrapped up. I was sleeping. I was in the top bunk of a bunk bed. My brother slept beneath me. And I had my foot propped up super high on the foot of the bed. And it just was throbbing all night long, like somebody stabbing it with a knife over and over again. So I just watched Mythbusters on my little iPod Touch, laying in bed. And I did that till like 4:30 a.m. until I just passed out from exhaustion. It was a whole thing. Luke in high heels. Hey, you never know. You never know. YouTube's a weird thing. It's more like streaming's a weird thing. I feel like I'd be much more likely to wear high heels as a result of this stream, of you guys like betting. I would say something offhand like, no, I'd have to have $500 or something to wear high heels on stream, and then you guys would somehow find a way to get the money together, and then I'd have to do it. I'm terrified of that happening. That's why I don't make those bets often. Okay, clip it. No. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see what that is, Rocky. Oh yeah, Ubisoft's just general patheticness. I don't know. I don't see how Ubisoft magically fixes all this stuff. I don't see how they figure it out. I really don't. I think they keep tanking until Yves Guillemot is basically pushed out of the company, and then they're probably okay. But I don't know. I don't know. Correctly. Oh, hold on. Destiny 2. Oh, the light or the whatever DLC came out. People were saying to wait to play it till the new DLC came out. So is that what you're saying? It just came out? Next week's title, The End of Ubisoft. Well, it's funny. It's funny. Like, I made that. I posted something, and there was it was the Hogwarts Legacy video, and it got shared on the Hogwarts Legacy Reddit. Very, very sweet of them. They said some very nice things, had good feedback, so I appreciate it across the board. But they had some interesting things to say, and one of them, like one of the guys was like, I like Luke's stuff, but I feel like every time there's a new game, he comes out and says like, this game's great, or this game sucks, and then the next week he comes out with the opposite take. And I was like, that's interesting that that's the perception. Because, like, I can think of one time for sure that I did that, which was Days Gone, where I made a video saying, I've only played half of this, and I think it does nothing well. And then I finished the game, and I was like, okay, the game gets, like, really good in the last quarter, because you actually get to fight hordes and stuff. Prior to that, it really sucks. But the last quarter is enough to make up for it, I think, generally. So I really like it. And apparently that gave the perception that I tend to flip-flop and a lot on games. But I was trying to think, like, can you guys think of another time that I did that? I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not baiting anybody. I just am, like, genuinely curious. Have there been games that I've come out and been like, this thing sucks, and then come out later and been really positive towards it? Or vice versa, I've been really positive and then come out negative afterwards? Like, I can't think of another time that I've done that. Like, Death Stranding, I was always consistent. I thought it's got huge problems, but I find it relaxing at times to play. There's a couple good elements, but there's a lot of problems with Death Stranding, so I don't think it was that. Callisto Protocol, I said it was, like, really broken, but I thought at the core the game was fun. Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, the frame rate snob thing. That I thought, at least I tried to always be like very consistent in what I was saying. Like I didn't make videos on it or reviews or critiques on it because I just didn't click with it. I didn't find it captivating. It just didn't hook me. So I just never played it, and I never made videos like bashing it or anything. And then once it clicked for me at 60 FPS on the PS5, I was like, oh, yeah, I get it. Okay, this is great. But I don't think I flip-flopped there. But I mean, maybe the perception, like I say, perception is more important than reality with these things. So maybe that's the perception, is that I flip-flopped on it once I clicked with it. Now Luke was pretty cautious all the way on Callisto. Yeah, I don't think I was ever hyping Callisto. I mean, the perception maybe is that I said Callisto has major problems, but I do find it probably still worth playing if you can play it in a way that is not totally broken. Like I've defended Callisto Protocol a little bit because I've said, like, complaining about the dodge mechanic, I find stupid. Yes, it breaks when there's multiple enemies on screen. It gets a little spammy, but my bigger problem is with enemy variety and enemy design. Like, I think that's the bigger issue with the game. So I was like, it's again, you can have 5 great points in a video, but if you have one terrible point, it diminishes the whole thing. And I feel like if you're going to talk about Callisto Protocol, there's a bunch of problems to have with it. I just don't think the parry or the dodge mechanic is the one you should highlight. Can we speculate about Mervyn and Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, Mervyn, Moreland also is somebody worth talking about, I think. Let's see. I perceived your Callisto Protocol review as positive and your streaming content largely negative. Okay. But that's just one random dude's opinion. Well, that's exactly what I'm asking for. So I'm asking for your perception. So, so I appreciate that, you know. So I mean, maybe that is what it is. I don't know. I think no matter what, like if you're doing reviews, people will say that you go back and forth a lot. It's just going to be a thing. You know, Skill Up, if he says he likes a game, people will call him a shill, right? Like, it's just going to happen. If I like a Ubisoft game, I'm a Ubisoft shill. You know, like I like this Assassin's Creed chair, but I do think I'll need to swap it out just because it's frankly a bad look to talk about Ubisoft stuff and being like critical of them while having a Ubisoft brand chair. Like, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't appear unbiased and critical. Even though I didn't pay for this, they sent it to me because they know I've done a lot of stuff for Assassin's Creed. I'm thankful for the chair, but I can see how it's just a bad look. Same like in some ways the Hogwarts Castle makes it appear like I'm not unbiased, because frankly I'm not unbiased with Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I want that game to be really good. I like Harry Potter. I would like it to be awesome. You got me, you know. I'll take it. I cannot even imagine how expensive it would be to try to ship this chair. Like, good God. It'd be horrible. It'd be horrible. Hold on. I want to see if they took down that TikTok I posted about that. No, it's still up. Still up. That's surprising. Oh yeah, Lockie and I like to do face filters with Lockie while we're hanging out. And so we did one with like smoldering makeup. With Lockie and I having black lipstick and heavy eyeshadow and stuff. It was like the and then he blah blah blah. It's one of my I save them as drafts and then I keep them. It's pretty cute. Yes, we did watch the Hogwarts trailer. You can go back in the DVR, you can rewind and you can watch our reaction to it, but it looks pretty good. Looks pretty fire. I think it's more important to be upfront about your biases rather than pretend like you have none at all. No one is 100% objective. That's exactly where I'm at. I think that it's very important to acknowledge those biases. And I like I said, and like you said, we all have them, and that's okay. But it's just important to acknowledge it. And it's one of the frustrations I had with that the podcast now guy. He seems like a very, very nice guy, and I think he's smart and he's pumping out good content. But he's made 250 plus videos on Hogwarts Legacy. A ton of his subscribers are following him just for his coverage of that game. They're fans of the game. They're excited for it and they're hyping it up. And so it's kind of disingenuous to suggest that you are completely impartial, which is what he tried to do in that DM he sent me. And I was like, okay. But like, frankly, if your channel is dedicated to one game, you're not unbiased. You just can't be. Like, that just is what it is. And that's okay, but you should be able to acknowledge that. And that's kind of what frustrated me, is that, like you said, you shouldn't pretend as though you're unbiased when you clearly are. Everybody is to something. You want to see these companies succeed. It's good to be hopeful, but also manage expectations based on company history. Yeah, exactly. And I think so often this stuff just gets boiled down to cynicism. And frankly, for a lot of people, it comes off as like we're pissing on their parade when we try to talk them off the cliff. And I get that, but it comes from a good place. And that's what the point of that retro Raconteur collab was, is like, no, we're trying to offer a different perspective to level you out so that you don't get crazy hyped for no reason. Like, we want you to be hyped for a good reason, and we want you to be skeptical for a good reason, and of things that are worthy of skepticism. But you have to balance that. And a lot of the time that can just turn into being cynical and being a prick. It's why when we reacted to that video on the day before, that video, I thought most of those points were healthy, skeptical takes. But like that gas station thing, that was just a cynical attempted takedown. Like, clearly it was like an example of a game or of an instance of just a gas station. Like it's just a gas station, nothing more than that, just a gas station. But like they're making it out like it's a copy and paste straight up. There's a fence around it. It has 2 pumps, and then the gas is the station's covered, and the logo is blue and has like a hot dog on it. It's like, I don't know, man. That's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch. Lizzie, honestly, I personally just like hearing your opinions on games. Most of the time I agree, sometimes I don't, and sometimes it's a game I'm not going to play but I'm interested in hearing about. Well, and I appreciate, and I will say I've been blown away at how many of you guys can come in here and just be like, honestly, I disagree with a handful of things, but I like hearing the perspective, and I'm down to hear more of your perspectives. Like that alone is awesome. How many other YouTubers and YouTube communities can you point to where the culture and the community has so many free thinkers? It's so cool to me. Because I can come in here on stream and I can just be like, hey guys, what am I wrong about on this game? And then you guys can come in and you'll explain why you love this game I hate or why you hate this game I love. And it's awesome. And I can be like, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that before. Okay, then that's interesting. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, what about this? And then I'll poke and prod you. You poke and prod me. And it's great. It's awesome. I don't want people who are going to come in and just blindly agree with everything I say like some sort of robot. I don't want those people here. Like, I don't think they'd fit in. I don't think they'd want to be here. I don't think they like it because we don't harbor that kind of community. So I'm very thankful. That's why I subscribe to you, because I feel like I can have a conversation with you rather than being barked at or bark at you. Yeah, well, that's the hope. That's the hope. It's like we were talking on Discord this morning, and somebody said, yeah, a lot of servers will actually ban viewers who directly tag the server owner or the YouTuber that it's built for. They'll like ban you for tagging them. And I get it. Like if you have 50,000 people in the server and you don't want hundreds of tags every morning, like I get that. Maybe you just set it so you can't do that. But for me, I'm like, no, I love that people are wanting to hear my thoughts on this stuff. And I find that so cool. Like it's awesome. And we talked, we debate, we go back and forth. We had a mod meeting where we sat and we basically just sat down and tried to figure out ways that I can be more active on the Discord and more engaged with you guys directly, because I really enjoy it. Yes, there's a Discord. The link in the description to the link tree, that has a direct link in it to the Discord, so you can join right up. Heavily recommend it. It's good fun. Good fun. I totally loved Forbidden West, Renier, but I respect your opinions on the game, and I agree with you on some points, but I still love the game. Yeah. And we can agree to disagree on our final evaluations. And if you think like, okay, yeah, you complained a lot, Luke, like a lot, and it was really annoying about those campfires. And I just frankly don't think it's a big deal. Cool. Great. You know, like it's as simple as that. Okay. You know, there's some things when we're talking about games where I think that there is an answer. Like there is a yes or no. Like in that reaction we did to Podcast Now, where he said that Gotham Knights was, like I said in the video, I think I said like Gotham Knights launched broken. And he was like, first of all, I don't think that that's true. And second of all, I was like, no, like it launched broken. Like there is a right answer to that. And that launch was unacceptable in every way. Okay. It just like it was. And if you're going to claim it wasn't, you lose credibility with the audience. And like, so if we're going to argue games and you say something like that, then we can just dismiss that. We can confront that and be like, there is a right answer here. But with something like, you know, the design of this particular gameplay system, a lot of that stuff can be subjective. And sometimes it can be objective, and it could be something like, hey, this parry system is broken because in this instance, I can show you this parry had the exact same timing as this parry over here, and this one triggered and this one didn't. That sucks. We can say, okay, yes, that's an objective analysis of this mechanic. That's broken. Here we go. And I think that that's easy enough to do. But a lot of stuff is subjective. And that's the great thing about games. It's just because I don't like it doesn't mean that you have to dislike it. And that's the cool thing about it. Let's just fight and be senseless. In your video with Raconteur, you mentioned being negative in your checking account and stuff. I am super inspired by you and now understand why you're so humble and kind. Never changed it. I appreciate that, Proto. And I know sometimes it can come off as like I have a big ego, a big head. And I try very hard, like it's a joke, you know, I try to tease myself about it. But I don't want that. And if you guys ever notice me with a big head or being like an egomaniac, please tell me. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to have that be my thing. And I want you to call me out for it. Okay, so I want to be clear with that. I want you to call me out when I'm out of line. And I never want to punish people for doing that. So I want to be clear on that. As for the story about being super, super broke, yeah. No, I totally agree. It was a rough time. And I want to be clear, like, just because right now at this particular moment, I'm fairly financially comfortable, not rich, I'm not wealthy, but I can provide for me, my wife, and my little boy, thanks to you guys. But there was a time just a few short years ago when my checking account was negative for weeks on end, where I had a college credit card with like a $300 limit, and I had to max it out with a cash advance so that I could pay rent until my paycheck for my janitorial job came in, because I was that broke. Like, there's been times like that. And I remember what it was like to be there. And I know that there's a lot of people out there maybe watching this stream, or a lot of people, like a lot of people watching those videos could currently be in that situation. And that's why I bring up the like $10 difference cutting out the Dark Arts Arena in Hogwarts Legacy. Because for a lot of people, yeah, $10 is not a big deal. But for some people, it is a big deal. And gaming is supposed to be the grand unifier. And so to have like a totally separate like experience for people who are scraping by and people who are swimming in it just kind of sucks. And I think that that's lame. That's my point of view, at least. Plus 3 on douchebag jar in the studio. Dude, I'd actually be down for that. That'd be really funny. If we put like the douchebag jar back there, and then we, every time I do something that's like douchey, you guys call it. And if we like, I've seen some like chat bots that can count up combos. So like if you put a particular emoji in, and then if the whole chat does it, then it counts it up and tells you what the combo is, you know? Like I've seen some of those in some streamers' chats. So we could probably do something like that, where if the combo hits a certain level, like 25 or 50 or whatever we set it to, then I've got to put $1 or $10 or whatever in the douche jar. I think that'd be funny. That'd be really, really funny. Nightbot does it? Okay, we could do that. Yeah, that'd be super funny. And if it gets to $500, you have to wear high heels. Oh, that would be funny. Oh, man. Cuphead as a game? Yeah, I would say Cuphead. Yeah. Yeah, no, Cuphead's great. It's tough, but it's great. And it has co-op. Being a student's definitely rough. Yeah, no, for real. It feels like the only way to make it as a student through college without being miserably broke is to take out massive loans, and that sucks. And a foot cam. It's like, was it Nadia that did that, or was it a different female streamer? There was a girl streamer who was playing like Call of Duty, and she was accused of cheating. So she used it as an excuse to set up a foot cam. So she had her face cam in gameplay and a foot cam. And everybody in chat's like, you knew what you were doing. You know there's some weird teenage boys that are like, oh, you might be using a pedal. You should totally use a foot cam so that we can make sure you're not using a foot cam. Cole's in there. Yeah, Cole's over there. You should use a foot cam just to prove the haters wrong. I really don't care. I'm good either way. But if you put a foot cam, it would be super cool. Oh, Cole. Oh, Cole. What a hero. Dude, he will forever live in infamy. Praise be, Cole. Praise be to Cole. Again, for those of you guys who missed the Cole, I wonder if this will work. Hold on. I tried to set this up. ! Cole. Nope, the bot didn't work. Okay, god damn it. I have to fix the bot. I set up a command which would do ! Cole, and then it would link to the video for the origin story of Cole so people could find out. But for some reason, the chat bot is very inconsistent. But yeah, basically, if you're not familiar with Cole, he was somebody when all of the Nadia cheating stuff came out, like middle of last year, we talked about it on stream. And one day during stream, we had somebody come into chat named Cole, who was a hardcore Nadia simp. And it was really, really funny. And he went back and forth. Thank you, Rocky. Thank you. He went back and forth repeatedly on like, she doesn't cheat. She never would cheat. And then I said, well, she was caught using a VPN and playing in a Brazilian server for like easy kills. So pretty clearly, she at least used VPNs. That's confirmed. Like we know that for a fact because she was caught killing a guy who was filming a tutorial at the same exact time on how to use a VPN to play in Brazilian servers for easier gameplay. And she was streaming at the same time he was filming that video. Kills him as he's filming the video. And then they matched up her stream's gameplay and his gameplay showing the tutorial. And they show she was in a Brazilian server and she's playing in Florida, allegedly. There's no reason she should be in a Brazilian server unless she's using a VPN. So we were like, okay, that's hilarious. So I said, would you consider that cheating, Cole? Because that's an exploit according to Activision's terms of service. That's something you're not allowed to do, and they consider it cheating. It's not aimbot, but it's not allowed, certainly. He said, well, no, but that's not even really cheating. So, I don't consider that a big problem at all. She's a streamer, gotta entertain. I was like, okay, well, you've already backtracked. You started by saying she hasn't done anything wrong at all. And now you're saying she did that wrong, but it's not that big of a deal to you. Okay. And so for the whole video, we just step piece by piece showing what about this example? What about that? And then he steadily walks it further and further back to the point where he's like, you know what? I just honestly don't care. You guys are just jealous of her. And it was great. So now the patron saint of the stream is Cole. And praise be to Cole. Praise be to Cole. And he is the Nadia simp that we all cherish and love deeply. If somebody has a VPN, can they bypass a ban on COD? It depends on the type of ban. If it's a hardware ban, no. Because the hardware ban will look at the unique identifier on your GPU and CPU and stuff and be able to recognize your PC. So they can do hardware bans, in which case you'd have to buy a new PC and a new account and probably use a VPN all at the same time. So it's possible, but probably not. How is she still allowed to play? Legit question. Nobody really knows. If she was you or me, okay, maybe not me, because for some reason they seem to have special treatment to streamers and YouTubers. But you, if you're not a streamer or YouTuber with a following, you probably would have been banned by now. My brother Ben, he got randomly banned off of Apex. I know for a fact he doesn't cheat. He doesn't have any cheats installed. He's never done that. But he randomly got banned one day. And he hadn't played Apex Legends in 6 months. He reinstalled it, logged in, and his account was banned. He's like, what the hell? Meanwhile, Nadia has been confirmed to use a VPN. She's had some of the weirdest gameplay clips that I've ever seen. I've never had frame glitches like her. And I've never seen anybody have frame glitches like her that wasn't later confirmed to be cheating with some sort of snapping for aim. There's something weird going on with her. Don't even buy it from me. Don't even trust me. Nick Merckx, who has played competitively in tournaments, in shooters for, at this point, like decades. Nick Merckx, he didn't say outright he thinks Nadia is cheating, but what he said is anytime you see a streamer who plays really well on stream and then goes to a live event, a LAN event, and then plays horribly, you should be very suspicious of that person. He's like, people don't all of a sudden suck when they go to a LAN event. And I think that's true. It's like, yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Dude, it was the LAN lag. Yeah. Luke, do you honestly believe that Hideo Kojima is a bad writer? Personally, as someone who grew up with Metal Gear, I can't see how anyone would consider him a bad writer. No, to clarify, I think Hideo Kojima's problem is that he's unchecked. Clearly, he's an amazingly creative person. And I think that that's something you have to give him credit for. Stuff comes out of his brain that is bizarre and wacky and very unique. And I think that that is remarkable in a lot of ways. And that's why he has the reputation he does. The problem I have with Hideo Kojima's writing is that it's unchecked and that it just, he can just word vomit and nobody will question him on it. Death Stranding is an interesting concept, but it's just too much. It's just too much. And it just goes and goes and goes and goes. They will spend 15 minutes in a cutscene talking, and the message could have been communicated in 30 seconds with 5 words and then a couple of glances. And I think that's much more compelling. And as I said, a great a novice writer writes a lot. A great writer writes enough. Hideo writes a lot. And I think it's not because he's a bad writer. I think it's because he is just somebody who needs a creative counterpart to level him out and to cut the bloat. He'll build an amazing structure, but it's got all this extra scaffolding, all this extra fluff that it doesn't need. And if somebody goes in there and carves off the fat, it's great. But he needs that balancing act. Otherwise, it's just bloated. He writes like my college papers. Oh, goodness. Check the Steam link. Hold on. Screen. Is it The Ascent? I agree. The Ascent is awesome. If you have not played The Ascent, you should play The Ascent. I pulled that open. I forgot to mention it. Real quick, by the way, thank you for the $2, Sunuku. Can I be known as the Luke Simp? Go for it. I might tease you, but yes, go for it. Jaden, thank you for the $2.99. What's your thoughts on RE4 versus Dead Space? I'm interested in both. I think the Dead Space remake looks really good. Resident Evil 4 remake looks really good. I never played RE4, so I don't have any nostalgic tie to it. Dead Space, I watched my brother play it a lot when we were younger. I never played it. I only recently went through it here on stream with the original copy, and I thought it held up really, really well, actually. I was pleasantly surprised. So I think it'll be really interesting to see what that's like. Actually, I already am, aren't I? Actually, I think you might be. Aren't I? Actually, I think you might be. Oops, sorry. I was trying to get my preview to be back live because it restarted. I was like, oh my God, did the stream end? No, okay, we're good. Oh, we didn't on stream. We didn't talk about that. Oh crap. Yeah, we probably should. We probably should talk on that real quick. Hold on. Okay, so this may get this portion of the stream copyright struck. I don't know. I don't care. We're gonna talk about it. Let's do this. Okay. So for those of you who missed it, I don't know how you would have, but for those of you who missed it, a bit of Suicide Squad leaked. A little bit of a bummer. A little bit weird. Basically what happened is there's somebody who got a screen cap of the main menu of the game, posted it to Twitter, and it kind of caused the internet to explode a little bit because on this was something that was honestly already confirmed. So it wasn't news to me or most other people that have been paying attention, but apparently it surprised a lot of people. What it is this screenshot right here. I'll turn off my Lego cam. Hold on. Yeah, Nadia's got a foot cam. I have a Lego cam. But if I turn that off, you see up here, this is what got people upset. Battle Pass and a store, and then in-game currencies laid out here. And people are like, oh my God, it's a live service, games as a service game. Oh, that sucks so bad. We've known this for a while. We've known this for a while. This is not scandalous. This is not risque. This is something we've been talking about for a long time. And it's why I haven't been super stoked on this game. I'm going to adjust the camera real quick. But it's why we haven't been super stoked on this game, because I've said for a while, something about this game just doesn't sit right with me. Something about it is just off. And the gameplay looks off. The way they've talked about it looks like there's just something weird about it. And now we're kind of seeing, I think, the revelation that explains how weird it is, or why it comes off as weird. And that is that it appears to be structured, at least in terms of gameplay, in a similar way to Marvel's Avengers, where story beats are tied up into specific missions that you will have to load into individually from the main menu. And you'll do that with your team. You see these are all bots that you would play with, controlled by AI. But then you could, in theory, play with your friends, and they would play each of these characters, and you go through the story together. It's not the worst idea. There have been great games that do this. Just because it has these systems doesn't mean the game will suck, okay? What people are frustrated with is that this is a studio that has made some of the most impressive single-player open-world games, not to mention best superhero games, but just the best single-player open-world games in the last 15 years. They made Batman Arkham Asylum, which was more linear, sort of semi-open world, but it was great. Batman Arkham City won Game of the Year awards across the board. Amazingly well received. Batman Arkham Knight is tremendous, but it had a couple of faults here and there with the horrible PC launch, and then also a really problematic system for the Batmobile, but that's a separate thing. And all of these other little pieces that tie into it. So, but all that being said, this is a studio that's been known to make amazing single-player games. And now it seems that they are being forced by Warner Brothers to come out and make a multiplayer game that's heavily monetized. And let's be real, the reason that Warner Brothers wanted it multiplayer is for the ability to charge for a battle pass and all of this stuff. What this would suggest to me, you also see this story. And then you see private squad. Okay, so you're playing with a private team. So you could go public if you wanted, and publicly matchmake. And then best pay attention. I'm guessing that's the difficulty setting. And then, play. It tells you what level you're on and blah, blah, blah. There's also a prompt for game mode. I would guess that there's game modes for like fighting waves, and then boss rush mode. And there's stuff like that for quick grinding, XP, grinding materials you can use to craft different items and cosmetics. So I would guess that there's a lot of stuff like that. Maybe it's going to be so good that nobody cares about this. I hope that that's the case. But this just sucks because, again, this is the studio that's known for making really good single-player stuff. And now it seems as though they're being pushed into this, which is just kind of sucky. Beyond this, there were some alleged story leaks that came out. And I want to address those because... wait for the chat to catch up. Look how active you guys are. Wow. As it glitches out. So the story leaks, I won't reveal any specifics. The specific story leaks have been debunked, so they're not true as far as we can tell. But one of them that has not been debunked, and they've been very, very quiet on, is specifically about the lore. What they've said is that any of the games after Batman Arkham Asylum allegedly will not be considered canon, and that this will allow them to bring Batman back after Batman Arkham Knight. You would think Batman wouldn't be back, but they're going to bring him back, apparently, as we saw at the Game Awards little reveal they did in honor of Kevin Conroy, who we know is voicing Batman in this game. It also, in theory, would allow them to have the Joker in this game, though it's unclear if the Joker will actually be in this game. people said, Mark Hamill said he's not coming back for this. He's not in the game. But he might not be, and he probably isn't in the game. But remember, they also lied and said he wasn't in Batman Arkham Knight for the reveal to be cooler. So it doesn't mean that he's not in the game. Unfortunately, people can lie about this for the sake of hype. As for other tidbits, I mean, everything in Batman Arkham City, none of that would be considered canon. They could include some bits of it here and there, but they would basically rewrite whatever lore they wanted for the sake of this game, which is interesting. Some people don't really care, but some people really do. And you would have thought that they announced that this was actually a My Littlest Pony game with a Suicide Squad coat of paint. People lost their minds. So that's an important thing to just remember. As for all of this other stuff, it's really unclear what this game is going to bring to the table. I just have had a weird feeling in my gut for a long time about it. And now I feel like people are starting to see maybe what I've been trying to refer to. We've known it's a live service game for a long time, but they've been just weird about it. And that gets me concerned. The gameplay they showed also didn't look super great. The narrative stuff they've shown off isn't super compelling. I thought the Batman trailer was the most compelling out of anything we've seen, but I loved the previous Rocksteady games for being really dark and gritty. And this feels like an attempt to just turn it into Suicide Squad, the movie, and have it be super, super goofy and very James Gunn-esque. And I don't know if I want another James Gunn style game, come on. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what they're going to bring to the table, but I'm hopeful. But something about this is not sitting right with me. And in the past, my gut has typically been correct. So I'm going to rely on that. Anyway, so that's the end of that Suicide Squad clip. And by the way, Rocky, for these, if you upload them to the live channel, just unlist them, post them or upload them unlisted, and then I can go back in and we can thumbnail them, title them, monetize them, whatever other crap we have to do. But just list them unlisted, and then we can schedule them. So it should be pretty straightforward. What's your view on reaction content? I think it's basically stealing other people's hard work, making low effort content. What about you? I think it's like a balancing act. It's got to be. It kind of depends on how you define reactionary content. We do reaction content where we'll react to different things. Whether it's a gameplay trailer, whether it's somebody's news video or stuff. I think the important thing is to, if you're analyzing and critiquing it, or, bouncing back, offering your thoughts on it to counter it, I think that's fine. And everybody that I've done, I won't say everybody because I don't know for a fact everybody, but a lot of the people that I've done reactions to have said that they like that, the extra exposure, and they don't consider it, theft of content. I think what you've seen with some Twitch streamers where they will literally sit on stream for 8 hours watching MasterChef and eating, that to me doesn't feel transformative. That doesn't feel like a legit way of doing things. And so that to me doesn't sit right. So I would say that that's not okay. But if you are honestly transforming it and it's fair use, then I would say that it's fine. It's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, there's clearly been a trend recently for streamers to just there were whole movie watch parties where people were just watching Rocky Horror Picture Show around Halloween and just sitting watching the whole thing. It's nothing. And it's really, really weird. Train, little Freudian slip there. Is Train a streamer? I don't know streamers. I'm really out of the loop. I should be more in touch, but I don't even know. Train Rex. Okay, he is a streamer. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, maybe he does it. I don't know. It's such a popular thing on Twitch that it's right now. I mean, people openly call it the meta. The meta is to react to other people's stuff. The thing that bugged me, one of my favorite YouTubers I mentioned before, that goes by the name of that's not him. Matt Orchard, I believe is what it is. Matt Orchard. he makes amazing like sociology, true crime stuff. And he had one of his videos that did very, very well be reacted to. I think it was Hassan did it. And he just watched the entire video. The original video was like an hour and 15 minutes. Hassan's video was like an hour and 18. Like he just watched the whole video. And that was it. That was the whole thing. And Matt came out. Matt's had a very small channel at the time. I think he had like 40,000 subs to Hassan's millions, you know? And Matt was like, honestly, like this kind of isn't cool. Like I appreciate the exposure, but like you just like basically re-uploaded my video for me. Like, that's basically all you did, but you get the money from it. And I don't think that's cool. Like I appreciate the exposure. And that's basically what Hassan said. Hassan was like, well, I mean, you got the exposure, dude. It's like, I don't know, man. I think he came back after like some of his fans were like, yeah, Hassan, maybe more transformative would be better. And then Hassan was like, yeah, I totally get that. I'll take it down. And I think he took it down after that. But it was just, you know, that type of thing just sucks. Because for the little creator, it does feel like it's just a re-upload. You know, it just kind of sucks. Oh, Proto, you know about that? Yeah. No, I mentioned that CDPR reached out to me. And I can't even say anything. So I can't say anything, but yes, CDPR, one of their people reached out to me on Monday, I think it was. So I can't say I can't say what they said. I can't say what we're doing. I can't say anything, but yes, they did reach out. Yes. Opinion of game collecting. Do you like physical or do you just not care? I mean, I've got like some physical collections. My big thing is like, most of these games need digital patches anyways. They need software patches. They need day one patches. So a lot of the games kind of suck as they ship on day one. And so I like, honestly, I just personally am not that passionate about it. Like I have physical copies of games, but I really like the convenience of digital copies. I don't like the fact that if Steam ever goes belly up, I'll just lose all that money I've spent on games. Yeah, that sucks. But you know, it's everything's a balance between security and convenience. And for this, it's like, I don't have the security of knowing that I own the physical copy of the game, but I also have the security of knowing if this house ever burns down or if those discs ever get broken or anything, I can still play the game because I can just download it. So you kind of trade one convenience for another. And so it's, it's just kind of all over the place. Yeah. PC, I play on PC. So physical is kind of not a thing. Yeah, no, for real. I remember when you would still buy PC games, you buy the CDs and then you had to get your drive. I remember when my PC still had a CD drive, and it's funny. I remember Apple, it was probably 2013. I think it's the first year they did it. 2013, they took out the CD drive from their laptops. And I think it was my dad. My dad was like, they're going to regret that. That's a really stupid move. What? Like, we're not going to use CDs in 5 years? Come on. Sure enough, nobody uses CDs anymore. Like, but that was like a brave, bold thing that they did that seemed ridiculous at the time, because it was like, you're not even going to be able to like freaking stream video. Like in 2013, the idea of streaming a whole movie was it was kind of in its infancy. Like it was starting to get pretty common, but TVs didn't have native streaming. Like you had to have secondary boxes and stuff. Like now it sounds ridiculous to watch a movie through a CD. Unless you care about quality. If you really care about quality, you should be getting Blu-ray discs because it's way, way better. Those Ultra 4K Blu-rays. I got that for Harry Potter. So I have the whole Harry Potter franchise in the 4K Blu-rays. Way better than trying to stream it. Way better. Specifically with the sound. One could call it courage. Yes. What are your thoughts on the Last of Us show? Sorry, but they made Ellie way too distracting. So I don't know about autistic. I don't get it, but I'm trying to play all the gens. Well, I don't know, Saul. I don't know. I didn't take it that way at all. I don't find her. I don't think we've really had a lot of exposure to Ellie so far. I will say one of the things that bugged me about Ellie in the first episode is that she's British, and they had to like get her in a good good American accent. And she says some words a little weird. And I picked up on it a couple of times where I was like, that didn't click super right. You know, there's some words, like in Colorado, we say mountains. We don't say mountains. We don't say mountains. We say mountains. Yeah, up in the mountains. I get it. Like, I'm not saying the T. I'm just kind of saying mountains. Mountains. But that's just how we say it. Up in the mountains. But a lot of people who aren't from Colorado trying to sound like Coloradans will say, you know, oh yeah, I went up to the mountains. And it's subtle. It's little. But if you know what it's supposed to sound like, it doesn't hit your ear right. And you're like, okay. You know? And like, that's, I think, what it is with Ellie in The Last of Us show, where she said a couple of words just ever so slightly. That's off. But yeah. But yeah, I will say, Saul, we're not going to use the word autistic as an insult. We're not going to do that. I have a special needs brother, so that hits close to home. So we're not going to do that. If you use, this is a warning. I know some people kind of casually throw it around, but if you use autistic as like an insult or as a derogatory term instead of the literal meaning, then it's going to be a quick ban. But just letting you know, because you didn't know that that's kind of a house rule, but that is something that I just don't swing with. Yeah, sorry, Luke, and to anyone who took it as an insult. Yeah, you're fine. That's why, like, it's not an insta ban. That's why we're like, I know people who just casually throw it out and just don't even really think about it. But you know, that's why we try to handle it as adults, right? We talk like adults and we're like, yeah, so yeah, we don't do that, and this is why, and then we can move on and everything's fine. So don't worry. But we, the British, pronounce everything how it should be pronounced. Unless you're one of those people. I know this is, okay, I know we have Brits in here. I love you guys. I think you're awesome, and I'm so thankful you watch the stream and support me. You're wonderful. I just personally really struggle with people who say THs like Fs. I know, hot take. Aluminium, yeah. But like, I can't, like, if I ask you, what's the secret number to the universe? What's the answer to everything and meaning? And you say, well, I thought about it. 42. It hits my everything. I thought about it. It hits my ear weird. Okay. I know it's an accent. I know it's not something you control. You were born that way, or raised that way, more like Sophie. Teeth. Yeah. Just cockney. Yeah. It just hits my ear in a weird way. I'm sorry. My wife freaking loves it. She's like, oh, I love that accent. I think it's so awesome. But for me, it hits my ear every time. And I'm like, I thought about it. Not I thought about it. Fancy a cuppa. It's just, it hits my ear weird. It's such an insult, mate. We do not sound like that. Yeah. Well, and I will be honest. I don't even know what group of people in England have a Cockney accent, if any. I did see a true crime documentary on Tia Sharp. That's what it was. Tia Sharp. She was like a young girl. Her stepfather killed her. It was really tragic and awful. But everybody in that sounded like that with that accent. And I think, honestly, that's probably what scarred me, is because the guy that did it sounded like that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick before we wrap up. This has nothing to do with gaming, but you know, it's just is what it is. Tia Sharp. Yeah, this guy, this prick. Where's the interview? Yeah, listen, the way this guy talks. I think this is why I'm scarred, because every time I hear it, I think of this guy and I just want to like slap him. because he killed this little girl. Put the sound on. Wait.
She was still mumbling away. I can't remember what she was bloody on about, to be honest with you, excuse my language. As I was hoovering, then she walked past me from the front room to go out. And she walked out the front door, that is all I know. And she left her bloody phone on charge because I told her to sit there and leave her phone on charge. She said, oh, goodbye. Well, I said, well, make sure you're back at 6. She went, yeah. And that was it, and then the door closed and she walks out.
I can't, yeah, he's not really saying it. He has a phrase in this interview where he says, like, I thought about it, and, like, he throws it out. But, yeah, this guy can burn in hell. He was responsible. He was, I won't go into it. If you're interested, you can look up the case. That chapter has a great YouTube channel on true crime stuff, and they did a case breakdown of this, and so if you're interested, you can check out that. But it's, yeah, he's a horrible person, and he did something very, very nasty to this poor little girl, and so hopefully he rots in hell. But I think that's probably what scarred me to it. Is now every time I hear that particular type of British accent as an American, I associate it, even though there's no reason to do that. Please do a stream in a British accent. I will have so many Brits so upset over that. It will be a problem. It will be a thing. Let's see. I will leave. I am not kidding. Yeah, make Rocky sift through all that. I'd literally cry. What a spot of tea. What a spot of tea. The Brits at the door. Yeah, that accent isn't widespread. Where I'm from, South, we speak in received pronunciation King's English. Yeah, no, and that type of English accent is so erudite. I know it's you just talk with a British accent, but everyone in America, okay, when you say the King's English, we hear it in our mind's ear as yes, quite. The king has his coronation shortly. Post tense. So I just want you to know that's what we all imagine you guys talking like in your day to day. So, and I'm pretty sure everybody assumes that you ride horses to and from work. Okay, so just letting you know that that's a that's a thing. Okay, last thing we'll mention. Rocky just sent this over. I'll touch on this. Let's see. Why isn't anybody talking about how Hogwarts Legacy still isn't true next gen? It's being released on everything, even PS4 and Nintendo. Yeah, no, it was developed in Unreal Engine 4. It's common for big games like that have wide mass market appeal to launch on pretty much everything that they can to just sell as many copies as they can. Because already, I mean, this thing is probably looking at a 10 million unit launch. If it launched only on next gen or current gen consoles, it'd probably be like a 5-6 million copy game. Whereas this one is probably going 10 to 15 to 20 million units all told. So it's going to sell gangbusters, largely because they're opening it up to everybody. And there are a lot of people all over the world who love Harry Potter dearly and don't have current gen consoles yet. And so they're trying to help them out. And honestly, the game looks great as is. So I'm fine with it. As for all of the other stuff, I mean, yeah, Mike, I think it's going to look horrifying on Switch for sure. Yeah, without a doubt. It's going to be a thing. Real quick, let's touch on this. The European Union reportedly is preparing to challenge Microsoft's Activision Blizzard deal. They're preparing a list of concerns, and then they will present them before allowing the sale to go through. This is very, very normal. It makes sense. I mean, this is a $70 billion acquisition. This is a huge, huge thing. And so they're not just going to waltz in and be able to do it casually. There's a lot of money tied up in this. Sony is spending millions trying to lobby to prevent this from happening. You know, this is no small thing. There's a lot of people that don't want this to happen because it's going to hurt their wallets. And honestly, if PlayStation executives spent more time greenlighting quality games and working on manufacturing turnaround times, then they probably would be in a better spot than if they spent all that time doing what they've been doing, which is just trying to get this deal shut down. But what we normally see is that there's usually concessions made. So the EU will come along and say, hey, listen, we're concerned about exclusivity of this game. And so Microsoft will come back and be like, okay, we agree for the next 7 years. We will not make it exclusive. We will not. It'll be open to everybody. And then they say, okay, that's awesome. That's great. That sounds good. And then we'll agree that that's settled. Next point, we're concerned about this. We're concerned about workers' rights. And then Microsoft comes along and says, oh, we've actually been very supportive of unions and unionizing. And so we support that and are willing to work with employees who want to do that. And they're like, awesome. We've got you on record saying that. So now we can move on. And the next point. So they'll just work down the list of concerns and try to figure out what they need to do to get the deal across the table or across the finish line. And I think that that's probably going to happen. As for major concessions made, I don't know what they'll need to do, but I still think the odds are pretty good that this goes through. Microsoft has a lot of money and a lot of pull. So if any company on earth could manage to pull this off, it's Microsoft. And all of the concerns and legal challenges Sony and these other companies have made are really just not very compelling. Sony is considered like the front runner in the games industry in terms of revenues, along with Tencent. And so Microsoft is technically like third place. And at the same time, PlayStation is saying that they don't consider Xbox their competitor. You remember that? They came out and said that we don't consider them our competitor. We consider Nintendo to be more of a competitor to us based on their unit sales and stuff. Okay. Well, if you don't consider them a competitor, why are you concerned about this? Because they'll become a competitor? You don't get to prevent companies from becoming competitors just because it's threatening to you. That's not how this works. And for customers, I think that this is generally a really, really good thing. It will drive, hopefully, Sony and EA to be better. I don't love the idea of Microsoft being able to just waltz in and buy up every studio they want. I don't like that. But honestly, I would rather Microsoft own it than Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has announced that they are looking to buy whole companies in the near future. So I'm definitely more okay with Microsoft buying it than with, Saudi Arabia coming and picking it up. So I will say that. Oh yeah, Last Kunk on Earth. Oh dude, I love that show. Is that what it's called? Last Kunk? I don't know. Whatever her show is, the history one. It's amazing. It's amazing. Her episode that she did on Jesus. She did an episode on Jesus where she's like, and then was born in Nazareth a young man named Jesus Christ, which was really an unfortunate name because he was named after the very same thing everybody screams when they stub their toe. It's like Kunk on Earth. That's what it is. It's so good. She has the best dry sense of humor. I freaking love it. Saudi Arabia has owned a lot of these companies in secret. They have more than trillions. Yeah, no, it's all, I agree. They have a ton of money. And they're only going to be buying up more and more. They don't secretly own companies. In secret, they have more than trillions. I don't think it's a secret. I think they just don't. Like, you look at the projects they're doing in the Middle East, it's pretty clear they have trillions of dollars accessible. So I don't think it's a secret. They just don't come out and say, yeah, we have the equivalent of this much money in our accounts, like, because they just don't need to. But so almost certainly the Saudi government and Saudi royal family has access to trillions of dollars, certainly. But yeah, they are the ones to be more concerned about. If you're worried about, what's her name, J.K. Rowling having influence in the gaming industry, you should be really concerned about the Saudi Arabian government having access. Like, come on. They're the real groups you should be worried about. So as much as I don't like Microsoft coming in and just buying up studios, I'd much rather Microsoft own them than Saudi Arabia. You think Saudis could buy Ubisoft? They can, yes, absolutely. But the problem is the controlling shares of Ubisoft are owned by the Guillemot Family Trust, and the Guillemot Family Trust is 49.9% owned by Tencent, and the rest of it is owned by the Guillemot family. And I think Tencent probably wants to sell because they could make a quick return on their investment. However, the Guillemot family doesn't want to. And so the Guillemot family controls the trust, which controls the controlling share in Ubisoft. So in large part, you don't get to sell Ubisoft unless the Guillemot brothers want to sell Ubisoft. And as far as they've said, they don't want to ever sell it. They want to keep it as basically a family company forever. So we'll see. That's why, like, in my video on it, I said you can't really force out Yves Guillemot and the Guillemot family from Ubisoft because they are the board of directors. So you can't just kick them out. It would be like firing Trump from the Trump organization. You can't do it because he controls it. So if the one solution to the company's problems is get rid of the leader, but the leader decides when the leader has to leave, you're screwed. And the company just can't work, you know? It doesn't work. I'm currently working on a deal with Ubi. Our software would be used to replace around 60 of Ubisoft's employees. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane. Louvre, not a classic as it was fairly recent, 2009, 2010, or 2013, but a show called Miranda is brilliant. One of my faves. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Would you ever consider a critique of the Mass Effect trilogy? I think yes. I'll probably get around to actually doing it closer to whenever we get the next Mass Effect game. Probably, because that's when the interest will be peaked. And they're just massive games, so it's kind of a major undertaking. For sure. Since you are a South Park fan, you excited for the new season next month? Yes, very much. And I'm really excited to see how they tie it into the Casa Bonita launch in May. I hope that they time those out. So like the finale of the season happens during the finale or happens during the opening of Casa Bonita, and maybe they tie them together. I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for it. I love South Park. I love it. But anyway, yes, Rocky, we're wrapping up. 4 hours. I know I said I was only going to go for 3. I just like talking to you guys so much. It's just, I'm sorry. I like you guys. Deal with it. Much love to everybody. Thanks to everybody who became members. Thanks for the donations. Thanks to the over 250 people that we had in here on average all the way through. You guys are awesome. Yeah, Rocky, get some sleep. You're working on weekend. That's awesome. 6 hours is great. Take 8, whatever you need. Take 8. But yeah, send me a DM when it's up there and we can work on thumbnailing it and stuff. Jacob will be very pleased that he had some assistance, so thank you. But thank you, everybody. Much love. Next stream is on Friday, and we will be hopefully getting pretty close to finishing this Lego Titanic. We're almost there. 2/3. We're almost there. Well, we're 2/3 there. Much love, everybody. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you in the next one. As always, make sure to follow my socials if you have not already, especially if you have a TikTok. Look me up on TikTok. I've been posting original videos there that I like film separately. We edit separately. It's like a whole other thing that we're working very hard on. So if you're interested in that, check out TikTok. We're working hard on it. So give me a follow there. I'd greatly appreciate it. Anyway, other than that, head over to the Discord. We also hang out there. Much love, everyone. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.